In an era when ancient wisdom was buried under years of ritualistic practices, when games became wars played like games, a young boy was found in deep meditation in a quaint village in South India known as Ravi Shankar. He would say, "I have family everywhere. People are waiting for me." He astonished his teachers by reciting the Bhagavad Gita at a tender age of 4. With his education in Vedic literature and physics and his deep and profound knowledge of the spiritual world, he became one of the most prominent sages of the modern world. All through his life, he has been reviving ancient knowledge and creating tools and techniques that have benefited millions across the globe in living a deeper and a more joyous life. In 1981, the art of living was established by Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar. Nurtured by his care and contribution, the art of living has rapidly grown across 156 countries, reaching over 450 million people. One of Gurudev's most unique offerings to the world is the Sudarshan Kriya, a powerful breathing technique that facilitates physical, mental, emotional, and social well-being. He has designed 57 exclusive courses that empower individuals and cater to the needs of a wide spectrum of institutions in the society. Back then, Gurudev started the Art of Living service projects by taking responsibility of reviving a sinking school which had no funds. Today, his intention has manifested in over 702 free schools, which provides education and food to more than 80,000 children in rural and tribal parts of India. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the Art of Living Foundation pioneered the I Stand With Humanity initiative, providing more than 80 million meals to the daily wage earners in over 170 cities across India. The service initiative during the pandemic included the distribution of 6,000 tons of food to 5 million families. It helped set up 7 COVID care hospitals and provided with over 200,000 PPE kits. Trauma relief programs were also conducted for more than 1 million migrant laborers and COVID warriors to bring mental relief. To combat the fear, stress, and anxiety during such times, Gurudev launched the World Meditates campaign and also personally conducted online guided meditations twice daily, touching the lives of millions by bringing solace and keeping the hope alive. The Russian-Ukraine war created a surge of unrest around the world. In such regions of war, the Art of Living and IAHV shouldered the responsibility of housing the refugees and giving them hope.
A lot of noise and bombs, and we were very scary. In here, Art of Living helped me to find some place to sleep.
My son is very happy now here.
People here are very kind. They love us. It's our new home. It's really here.
Within 1 hour, 300 students they ate and 300 students they got the beddings to sleep.
The Art of Living, they are providing such a good food and accommodation. I really thank from my core of heart.
They are treating us like their own child.
The magnitude of work included relief support in 9 countries, 32,617 meals being provided, 5,875 people were housed, 9,023 helpline calls were answered, 11,200 medical kits and 60,000 euros worth of medicines were distributed. 22,342 mental counseling sessions were conducted. 2,183 volunteers were on ground working tirelessly. Also, Gurudev himself visited Poland in 2022, instilling the message of peace and love.
I stand for peace. So you all right?
I stand for peace!
Let's all stand for peace.
From childhood, Gurudev had immense faith in the principle of non-violence. With escalating violence and conflict in the world, Gurudev has brought peace in situations where war seemed like the only solution. Thousands of militants and Naxalites laid down their weapons and chose meditation in the northeast and other parts of India.
এই সংগ্ৰামখনত আমি সফল হ'ব নোৱাৰিলোঁ। লাষ্টত গম পালোঁ যে সশস্ত্ৰ সংগ্ৰামৰ জৰিয়তে আমি জাতীয় মুক্তি সংগ্ৰামত জয়ী হ'ব নোৱাৰিম।
His efforts include bringing an end to a 52-year-old fierce conflict between the FARC and the Colombian government.
Ojalá podamos los colombianos abrazar pronto el principio gandiano de la no violencia. Coincidimos con el maestro Shankar.
Gurudev has visited Iraq several times and addressed peace conferences to bring respite to the nation and its citizens. He has hosted a series of trust-enhancing interventions in Jammu and Kashmir, providing all the stakeholders to voice their opinions in an effort to restore peace in the valley.
I was named Muhammad, but after becoming a militant, I was called Khalid. We had been taught to operate guns, arms and train other youths. But now, after doing the Art of Living course and meeting Sri Sri, we realized we had chosen the wrong path. We now want to spread love and non-violence in Kashmir.
Gurudev's programs have impacted people involved in armed conflicts across the world, making him a global ambassador of peace.
We gather today in this wonderful occasion of tolerance, blessed by our Master of Love.
Gurudev strongly believes that behind every culprit there is a victim crying for help. The Art of Living prison program is helping to rehabilitate the prisoners. It has reached out to over 800,000 prisoners globally and has brought immense transformation in their lives.
I actually look forward to fights. But now since doing this course, I'm a total different person. I can now walk away from a fight.
The Art of Living's Welcome Home Troops project has transformed lives and brought
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, dear friends of sports, my name is Christoph Glaser. I'm a managing director of the World Forum for Ethics in Business, and it's a great pleasure to guide you through this morning. And it's just an incredibly beautiful location. It's so amazing to be here. Now, some of you might know, since 2006, the World Forum for Ethics in Business meets annually at the European Parliament in Brussels. Since 2010, there are satellite conferences around the globe, and they have led us to the United Nations in Geneva. We had conferences in Oslo with Anti-Doping Norway. We had conferences, and Gaurav, if you can click for me, in Berlin with our friends from Union Berlin, and of course at the FIFA headquarters. And if you can do the next one, I think it's important to remember that it all started here back in 2003. By the name of corporate culture and spirituality, the vision of Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar, to come together and to discuss how we can make sure that profitability and living of human values and ethics go together. And in good Indian tradition, we want to start this morning with the lighting of the lamps. And we would like to invite the keynote speakers to do that. And we have our Megali girls here. They will be chanting from us. They are in the school, in the Megali school, taking the free education there. Let's give them also a big round of applause. And I would like to invite the speakers and Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar to take the lead to invoke. Let's give them a big round of applause. And there are so many hundreds free schools now in India, thanks to the inspiration of Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar. Now, today we want to talk about ethics in sports. And Gaurav, if you can click the next one. And sports tells us so many stories. Well, it can tell us the story of winning at any cost. If you remember Lance Armstrong, doping, winning 7 times in a row. Can it happen to me? Can it happen to you? It can tell us also the story of disrespect and aggression. Maybe the soccer fans of us, I know there's more cricket fans in this room, will remember the 2006 World Cup and Zinedine Zidane, the best player at that time, the calmest player on the pitch, losing it in the most important moment of his career. And he cannot take it back. He cannot explain to the world what has happened. But sports tells also beautiful stories. I sat with Gaurav talking about cricket the other day, and he told me the story about the 1999 finals or game in cricket in Chennai. Actually, Pakistan won. But it was an amazing game. It was a real battle, and the whole stadium stood up to applaud the Pakistani team. What an amazing moment. And then the tennis fans amongst us, I'm definitely I'm one. Remember what happened 2 weeks ago. This is Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal, the biggest rivals that sports has seen. And this was Roger's last game, they playing together. Roger giving his final speech, and they are both crying. Sports can tell us the story that friendship actually is more important than winning, more important than these rivalries. And to be honest, I was crying too. Now, when we want to, and you can go to the next one, when we want to create ethics in business, good governance, many times we talk about systems, structures, processes, but it's about the people, it's about us, isn't it? And we have our emotions, we have our thoughts, we have our fears, we have our stresses, and many times, as Peter Drucker says, the culture, the way we have been living, our mindset, can eat the best strategy for breakfast. And so, if Gurudev says that if we want to transform the world, we need to be able to transform the mindset of individuals. Our mindset, my mindset, your mindset. And that's why we are here together. That's why it's so powerful that all of us have come together. Impressive numbers, actually. 30 speakers from around the globe. Let's give them a big round of applause. 80 guest of honors. More than 400 delegates from 45 countries around the globe. And we are live telecast. Let's give a big round of applause to the millions which are viewing us now on the live stream. And the menu plan for today is actually quite delicious. The program, you have seen it. You can also look at it online. This morning we'll see the keynote speeches, also the award ceremonies. We are waiting to get to know who are the award winners 2022. If you go to the next one, please, let's create a ripple effect. Maybe that's a dilemma. We all want to really be fully present, but if we can also spread the good news in the social media, that would be great. You can use the pertaining handles. And then without much further ado, let's kick it off with our first speaker, with the president of the World Forum for Ethics in Business. Let's give a big round of applause to Rachita Kulkarni.
Thank you very much, Christoph. Gurudev, Shri Shri Ravi Shankar ji, Pranam. Shri Kiran Rijiju ji, Honorable Minister of Law and Justice, Government of India, former Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, is here with us. Mr. Raizad Charneki, Honorable Member of the European Parliament, former Vice President of the European Parliament, is here with us. Dr. Nick Gugger, Honorable Member of the Swiss Parliament and of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, Switzerland. Arjuna awardee Shri Sandeep Singh, Honorable Sports Minister of Haryana, former captain of the Indian hockey team. Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri, Arjuna awardee, 25 times International Billiards and Snooker Federation World Champion Pankaj Advani. And our dear friend, Mr. Stefan Kraus, member of the board, foundation of FC Union Berlin from Germany. Honored guests, distinguished speakers who have really traveled from all around the globe, delegates, our sponsor partners, participants, students, a special hand for all our student delegates who are sitting in the gallery. Media partners and all sports fans and lovers who are present here and viewing us now live, namaste and hearty welcome. On behalf of the World Forum for Ethics in Business, its global board and its really globally spread team, I am deeply honored and delighted to welcome all of you to the 6th World Summit, United for Ethics in Sports. at this beautiful sylvan setting of the Art of Living International Ashram here in Bangalore. Welcome home. The mission and vision of the World Forum for Ethics in Business, founded by Pujya Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar Ji, has been, over the last 2 decades, to create awareness and advocacy for ethics, transparency, and good governance in all walks of life by hosting multi-stakeholder platforms for strategic and topical issues. WFEB has gained immense international respect and credibility as a neutral, objective convener of conversations and conveyor of solutions and recommendations. And we are very proud of the 2-decade legacy that we have built. Today, at a time when there are many reasons for which the world stands divided, sports has the power to inspire and unite. Christoph, thank you for sharing some incredible examples from sporting history. I am reminded of the 1995 Rugby World Cup in South Africa, where an entire nation was made by the game of rugby under the inspirational leadership of Nelson Mandela. So sports has the power to make a nation, and we are united here by the love of sports. And if it can make a nation, what do we say of individuals? I am reminded today of my own dear late father, who for 50 years of his life, from his early 30s to his early 80s, documented every cricket match of the world, no matter which countries were playing it, and no matter where in the world it was being played. So it didn't matter whether his home country, India, was playing. And in his last months, more than the medicine, it was watching a cricket match that gave him healing and joy. And that is the power sports has in each of us, in each of our lives. I'm sure you will relate to that and agree with that. And talking about sports, men and women, years and years of toil, practice, sweat, tears, discipline, perseverance, sacrifice, courage goes into the making of a champion. We see, of course, the medals and the successes, but what goes behind it is only what the champion knows and is only what the champion sleeps every night. So many champions are on the stage here, and so many are here amidst us, joining us in person and virtually. And in these, yes, we should give them a big hand, of course. On the stage, of course, you saw we have champions like Pankaj Advani, Sandeep Singh Ji. We will be joining by Yogeshwar Dutt, Gopi Chand, Narayan Kartikeyan, Sangram Singh is here. So many. Bilkis Ji is here. There are so many of them joining us today and tomorrow. And we will have a chance to hear their stories. What an honor it will be to hear from their life stories and be inspired by them. So on one side, definitely sports upholds excellence, upholds teamwork, stands for resilience. And there is a lot we all can learn from these values of sports. But there is also the truth that on the other side, there are some challenges that the world of sports is facing, whether it is doping, match fixing, corruption, challenges of the mental health. And I think we need to look at both sides of the coin. So I'm delighted that in these 2 days, we will have some very, very insightful sessions, talks, one-on-one deep dives, panel discussions, where we will get a chance to look at both sides of the coin, deliberate on these subjects, and look at what we can do as a world community to come together to retain, nourish, and uphold the beauty of sports. So I invite you to join these conversations, be a part of it, because sports is an integral part of each of our lives. Of course, the days are going to be filled with some other fun things as well. There is a beautiful traditional sports exhibition and carnival that will be held this evening. So all of us are invited to participate in some of the traditional sports which are going to be showcased from different countries of the world. Of course, in our tradition of honoring positive role models, we will be celebrating the Ethics in Sports Awards 2022 today, later this morning. And this evening, we have a unique cultural program curated on the topic of ethics in sports. So I welcome all of you to participate in it. Gurudev, we are very grateful that you are giving us so much time and that you have kindly agreed that tomorrow evening we could get together to only interact with you one-on-one and ask you some questions and seek wisdom from your side. So thank you very much for that, Gurudev. And tomorrow evening, I invite all of you to participate in that as well. I think in summary, three things are important: how we reflect on what we need to do as we move ahead in this post-pandemic world in different ways of holistic health, mental well-being, creating a happy society of which sports is an integral and foundational building block. What inspiration can we draw from each other, provide to each other, and what action can we take to move forward from here? So I welcome you once more to the summit, wish you a fantastic time over these 2 days, and look forward to meeting everybody. Namaste.
Thanks a lot, Rachita, for these words, for leading the World Forum for Ethics in Business, and maybe most importantly, for sharing your very personal story about your dad. Well, some of us are from Europe, many are viewing from Europe, and we know that Europe has a lot to do at the moment. We are in a crisis, there is war, and that in such a crucial moment, the former Vice President of the European Parliament, the today member of the European Parliament, Ryszard Czarnecki from Poland, finds the time to be with us is exceptional. We thank you so much, and we would like to invite you to address us. Let's give him a big round of applause.
His Holiness, Minister, Excellencies, honorable guests, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be here with you. It's a great privilege for me to participate in this very important and very prestigious conference as a speaker. Thank you very much indeed for this opportunity. Sport plays a vital role not only in individual health and fitness, but also in shaping wider society. It can improve general well-being and help overcome wider societal issues such as racism, social exclusion, and gender inequality. Crucially, sport provides significant economic benefits across the European Union and is an important tool in the European Union external relations. In some areas, sport and physical activity can make virtually unique contributions. For instance, in getting through to marginalized and alienated groups with whom other schemes have failed to engage. At the same time, it can also be associated with advanced forms of economic development. Interestingly, large-scale sports events can help develop the tourist offer, increasing employment opportunities and lengthening the tourist season. Sport businesses are also a significant element in many local economies. Sport is a field in which the European Union responsibilities are relatively new. It was not until 2009, with the entry into force of the Lisbon Treaty, that the Union received a clear mandate to build up, implement, and the European Union's coordinated sports policy supported by a specific budget, and to develop cooperation with international bodies in the area of sport. Article 165 of European Treaty assigns the European Union a clear mission regarding the integrity of sport, stating that the Union must promote, quote, fairness and openness in sporting competitions, and, next quote, protect the physical and moral integrity of sportsmen and sportswomen. On the face of it, this ensures that both aspects of the integrity concept are effectively covered by European Union policy. Over the years, the European Union has been actively involved in tackling transnational issues such as doping, match fixing, and lack of physical activity. Code of ethics is one of the principles identified in the document called Principles of Good Governance in Sport, drafted within European Union Work Plan for Sport 2011-2014. The expert group strongly recommends as a way to promote good governance two specific measures. First, development of codes of ethics by sport bodies for grassroots sport, engaging key stakeholders in a participatory process. The second one, an effective implementation and enforcement protocol. The basic principle of the Code of Sport Ethics is that ethical consideration leading to fair play are integral and not optional, I can repeat, not optional elements of all sport activity, sport policy, and management, and apply to all levels of ability and commitment, including recreational as well as competitive sport, obviously include professional sport. In recent years, various health-related European Union initiatives have grown increasingly popular. For example, in 2018, the European Week of Sport attracted nearly 14 million people to over 50,000 events across Europe, with the Western Balkans and countries from the Eastern Partnership joining the initiative in 2019. The Be Active Night, a new feature first introduced in 2018, will continue encouraging participants to discover and try to different sports activities available in the area. None of this would have been possible without the introduction of a specific budget for sport, in which the European Parliament, my parliament, played a key role. As the popularity of sport-related initiatives grows, so do the European Commission plans and ambitions for the broader role of sport in society. The executive proposal for the 2021-2027 Erasmus program confirmed this ambition. Accordingly, the amount available for Erasmus would be doubled to reach 30 billion euros, with 550 million euros dedicated especially to sport. The European Union carries out many projects in the field of education and sport with international organizations, such as the Council of Europe. One recent example is the Pro-Safe Sport Plus project aimed at combating sexual harassment and abuse against children in sport. As part of the effort to fight gender stereotypes and promote women's access to decision-making roles in sport, the European Commission is also seeking to ensure that 30% of sport decision-making roles are held by women by 2020. Finally speaking, using sport as a diplomatic tool has also been a key policy driver. A high-level group set up to assess the potential of sport in European Union diplomacy examined the positive impact that sport projects can have in strengthening international relations taking into consideration such issues as education, economy, culture, health, and employment. Following on from this work, European Union ministers of sport adopted conclusion on sport diplomacy in 2016, confirming the rising status of sport in international relations. The European Sports Index compares the social significance of sport in the 27 European Union member states countries. The index uses 7 indicators that help visualize the social significance of recreational, club and school sports, the population's access to sport, the socio-political and economic significance of sport, and the significance of professional sport within the countries observed. As the former Commissioner for the Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, Tibor Navracsics remarked, quote, sport is not the answer to all of society's problems, but it can make an important contribution to addressing them. His Holiness, ladies and gentlemen, sport connects people. Conference and meetings like this connect people. We stand united. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chanaki, for taking the time, being with us, and it is so impressive that your initiatives in 2018 led to a situation where 40 million Europeans were engaging in sports in a week. Truly impressive. Well done. I would now like to request Mr. Arvind Vachasvi, the Managing Director of Sri Sri Tattva, to felicitate Mr. Chanaki with a memento and a gift. Arvind, if you could come, that would be wonderful. And or I request Ajay, who is with us, Mr. Ajay Baga will do that. Let's give them a big round of applause. And let me invite to the stage Dr. Nick Gugger. Dr. Nick Gugger is a member of the Parliament in Switzerland, my home country. So let's give him a big round of applause, and we look forward to hear what you have to say.
Namaste, India. मुझे आप सब को देख पर बना खुश दो हो रही है. Sorry for my delay. I'm not a typical Swiss watch. Dear Gurudev, Honorable Excellencies, respected ladies, gentlemen, children, students, it's a great honor for me to be here at midst of you today. 30 hours back, I was in the Council of Europe. There we also discussed ethics in sports with FIFA. So, please start with a small 42 seconds movie. I need sound. Thank you so much, sir. So I ask you, what is your dream for the future? What we can do together in India?
मुझे सबसे पहले तो बहुत खुशी है सर कि आप इतना अच्छा सोच रहे हैं इंडिया के लिए, और सर अकेले यहाँ पे जो इंडिया से हैं और स्विट्जरलैंड में एमपी हैं, तो मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई कि जैसा कि आज यहाँ पे ये किड्स का एथलेटिक्स चल रहा है और इतने अच्छे से मैनेज हो रहा है और आप कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि यही सब कुछ इंडिया में भी हो और इंडिया के किड्स भी आगे उनका फ्यूचर ब्राइट हो, तो बहुत खुशी हो रही है इस बात की और आशा करता हूँ कि हम कोशिश करेंगे कि इस चीज़ को सक्सेसफुल बनाएं और बच्चों का फ्यूचर है जो है ब्राइट रहेगा गेम्स में।
Thank you so much.
थैंक यू।
Please, the first slide. I'm also a bridge builder, so I will be the bridge between the slide and my speech. This was 3 weeks ago. You know this man, this sportsman, India's role model. What is his name? Neeraj Chopra. Neeraj and I met this September in Zurich. We had the privilege to see that he won again the Diamond League in Switzerland as a javelist. I had the honor to be a part at the Swiss UBS Banks Kids Cup final in Zurich. And we want to talk today about ethics in sport. It happened to me that the Indian athlete, Olympic champion, Mr. Neeraj Chopra there, and I asked him what is his dream for the future, which you heard in the video, and what we can do together in India. I quote in his own words, which most of you understood, I am very happy that you are thinking good for India as the first Swiss MP of Indian origin. Most of you know I was abandoned. I was born 1970 here in India, and 1974 I came to Switzerland. I am very happy to see the kids athletics today managed so well. You desire for a similar activities to happen in India so that the future will be bright for Indian kids with regards to the sports and well-being. I try to make this successful and so that the future of the children in India will be bright. And my deepest wish is to bring to India this UBS Sports Kids Cup. I am in contact with Neeraj. Neeraj is your big role model. Neeraj show us how we can overcome all struggles in sport. He came from a humble background like I am from. If this would be the focus of every sports person and each of us in our own arena of operation, we will make this world a better place for the future of generations, leaving good role models for our children and younger generation to look up, leave an impact in our society, nation, and the world. A place where your children will feel protected, motivated, and encouraged to find their inner talent and deeper lying God-given gifts and to develop them going through rough terrains, fighting fears, resilient and audacious, but in an ethical and sound framework. Now comes slide 3. Ethics is important in every sphere, even more so in sports, as ethics in sports rely on how ethical the federations are. They play the central role. Therefore, it's essential that sports federations are ethical in their formation as well as in a functioning. Unfortunately, these federations, due to the glamour, power, and money attached to it, have become hub of politics and corruption. The stakeholders must realize their responsibility. That's also what we discussed in our Council of Europe. As the famous quote goes, with great power comes a great responsibility. So people managing these federations must understand their accountability to the society. They must become role models. Sport persons who have achieved huge success must also realize their roles and responsibilities. That's why I mentioned Neeraj. Neeraj is my personal role model. I would like to share something from my own example. As I told you earlier that I met the Olympic champion, Chopra, lately, his gestures, behavior, and approach impressed me a lot. His humility is something to learn from him. He is one of the best role models ever in India for me. He taking pride in speaking in his own language at an international platform is commendable. He's fully focused on his sport. His commitment, dedication, and love for the sports defines his behavior. Slide 5 now. Similar approach is required from federations. I believe that federations should not be used as a money minting machine, and it's better to keep them away from any sort of dirty politics. They must realize that they should not run for a quick success, instead create a long-term vision to reflect their true values. Sports being a highly competitive discipline by nature may lead to more chances of going unethical, but that's where the role of spiritual teaching come into play to take sports ethics one step further in the direction of fairness, integrity, responsibility, and respect. I believe that there must be some sort of special and focused discourses for sports persons and their management to value the fair play of sports on the field and as much or even more of the field. Every stakeholder needs to be critically aware of their impact on society, nature, and the overall environment. The highest calling here, most of you know the 17 sustainable goals of any leader, is to help other leaders reach their potential. Bottom line, to lead people is an invitation to make a difference. Good leadership, servant leadership, changes individual lives, forms teams, builds organization, impacts communities, and has the potential to impact the world, which applies to sports as well. As you see, sports contribute to 7, here you see the 7 of the 17 sustainable goals of the United Nations. Slide 7, I would like to conclude, and I'm very grateful and thankful that you invited me, with the quote of Mr. Nelson Mandela: "Sport has the power to change the world," which also Rachita mentioned. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. It speaks to youth in a language they understand. Sport can create hope where once there was only despair. Let's make this world a better place, be bringing sportsmanship and ethical conduct. Shukriya, Danya, Bad.
Well, Nick, thanks a lot for sharing your message of hope. And I can certainly say the fact that with you we have in the Swiss Parliament, in the Swiss leadership, a bit of India represented gives me a lot of hope for the future of Switzerland. And I would now like to invite Mr. Narendra Lamba, the trustee of Vedvignam Mahavidyapeeth, to facilitate Nick and share with him the memento and a couple of gifts, beautiful gifts here. Let's give him a big round of applause. And that's, yeah. So I was wondering how many of us as kids have played some sports. If you could you raise the hand if that has been the case? Now, I think, would it be fair to say, if we had big visions and dreams, we dreamt that maybe one day we will be world champion. How many of us dreamt to be one day being a great sportswoman or man? Okay. Well, next to me on this dais, I have somebody sitting who won the world championship 25 times. Pankaj, how did you do that? It's a great honor to have you with us, Mr. Pankaj Advani, the 25 times International Billiards and Snooker Federation World Tennis Champion. Big round of applause.
Gurudev, Shri Ravi Shankar ji, all the respected dignitaries on the days, friends from my wonderful country, India, and across the globe, sporting champions, and the future sporting champions sitting all over on the top. A very, very good morning. I'm delighted to be part of a sporting event that brings so many people together to talk about a topic that's really not addressed often enough: ethics, leadership in sports. And I would like to congratulate the World Forum, Rajita ji and the entire team, Christoph, and all the people who have put this event together. But of course, this wouldn't have been possible without the blessings of Gurudev ji. Thank you for organizing an event that addresses very, very important topics in the world of sport. We most often see the champions, the people who win medals. We appreciate them, we felicitate them, we celebrate them, we support them. But what we don't see is the effort, the qualities, the attributes, the emotions, and most importantly, how fair you've played the game. Since we have Honorable Minister of Law and Justice, I thought I wanted to use a term which actually has a negative connotation in law, FIR. But I believe that FIR can also stand for fairness, fair play, integrity, and respect in the world of sport. So my appeal to you is to ignore that FIR stands for First Information Report, and to believe that we actually can play sport, through fair play, through integrity, through respect. Respect not only for our sport, respect for our opponents, respect for the audience, respect for the rules. Because there's so often we see that there are fine lines between cheating and playing within the rules. So let's stick to and adhere to those rules, because that's what sport is all about, and it gives us equal opportunity to excel, to achieve, and it's fair to everybody because it cuts across social barriers. It doesn't look at caste, creed, color, religion, or anything. And that is why sport is such a wonderful profession, because it is experienced by all of us. When I was asked to talk about ethics, I really didn't know what to say, because I feel that it's something that you have to experience when you compete in a sport. So please go out there, play a sport, and I'm sure you will imbibe all the attributes and be ethical, not only in sport, but in all walks of life. Thank you for the honor.
At the World Forum, we keep on discussing whether ethics and success is complementary or contradictory, and I think you, Pankaj, with your credo of fairness, integrity, and sport, you are a living example that it is actually the power to sustainable success. How else could you achieve what you have done? And we would like to honor you. We would like to invite Mr. Prasanna Prabhu, who is the chairman of Yakti Vikas Kendra in India. He's doing incredible work, and he will now facilitate Pankaj, and his gifts are coming. I would like to ask you all, which are the, if at all, which are the German soccer clubs you are familiar with? Any soccer clubs here? Bayern Munich, okay. Any others? Borussia Dortmund. Union Berlin, yes. So, yes, of course, Bayern Munich, Borussia Dortmund, Champions League winners. But at the moment, as we are speaking, top of the table in the German Bundesliga is a club called Union Berlin. And, well, a member of the board of the foundation, Stefan Kraus, is here with us. We will hear more about the secret of success of this club, which is truly value-based. We had the honor to do the conference on ethics in sports back in 2015 at their stadium. And I want to tell the story how that happened. In 2014, we were conducting the ethics in sports conference for the first time at the FIFA headquarters. Now, when we typically have the conferences at the European Parliament, let's say people say, well, you are preaching to the converted. Now, when we had it at FIFA, that was not exactly the narrative. Now, a couple of months after the conference, we got a phone call from a member of Union Berlin, and they were telling us, you have done the conference on ethics at FIFA. That's fine. We would like to invite you to see a club which is truly value-driven. At that time, they were in the second league, and what we saw was amazing. Please, let's give him a big round of applause, Stefan Kraus.
Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear students, at first I want to thank the World Forum for Ethics for the invitation for our club. I'm very proud to be here. To give you an impact of our club, I want to show you a short video. That's not the right video. There are technical problems. Sorry for that. And I begin. Our club, 1. FC Union Berlin, in Berlin, is the biggest club in Berlin with more than 45,000 members and hundreds of thousands of fans support us at the moment. Our team plays successfully in the highest German division, the Bundesliga. In addition to that, we have qualified for European competition the second year in a row. But what is our recipe for success? For more than 20 years, people at the 1. FC Union Berlin experience opportunities to implement their own ideas, to realize themselves with football in our club. So they feel accepted, gain more self-confidence, and live a more self-determined life. In our club, people are encouraged to think and act. They are not primarily seen as consumers. Our club is run by its fans and members. They are more than just supporters. The culture of togetherness is what makes us successful. New ideas are not dictated from above by the club's management. They come often from within the club, from the members and fans. The club only provides the framework for ideas to be realized together. This empowers both the club's internal and social cohesion. At the same time, it's an expression of our social responsibility. We want to give something back to society. The reason why we play in the top German division is not only the players on the pitch, it's the performance of the entire club. Football lives through people and it is there for people. For us, it's a part of the welfare of existence and not for the pursuit of profit to benefit the few by exploiting football. The demands on football should not be any more modest and smaller. The social engagement of our club is brought together in our foundation, Union United, shoulder to shoulder. The work of the foundation is based on the motto, the strong help the weak, and children play a special role in our commitment. In my talk tomorrow, as part of the deep dives, I would like to show you further details of the work of our club and our foundation. I look forward to seeing you there. Thank you for your attention.
And let us see whether we can play the video now. That would be great. Okay, that's how far as we get, but maybe, 2011, the World Culture Festival was held in the Olympic Stadium in Berlin, and maybe Gurudev, if we do it again in Berlin, we need to go to the other stadium. Where's the real atmosphere? May I request Mr. Darshak Hati, who is the president of the International Association for Human Values, to facilitate Mr. Stefan Kraus. Thank you, Darshak. We have with us now another sport hero of the nation, probably of the continent. We have with us the former captain of the Indian hockey team, now the Honorable Sports Minister of Haryana, Sri Sandeep Singh. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Gurudev, Shri Ravishankar ji, Shri Kiran Rijiju ji, Honorable Minister, Government of India, Mr. Stephen, Shri Pankaj Advani ji, Honorable Dr. Nick Gugar ji, Honorable Mr. Racer ji, Mrs. Rajita जी, और यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी भिन्न भिन्न कंट्रियों से आए हुए सभी एक्सीलेंस, हमारे भारतीय नागरिक और प्यारे बच्चे जिनके हाथ में देश का भविष्य है, सबको नमस्कार। स्पोर्ट्स एक ऐसी चीज़ है, शुरुआत मैं इससे करूँगा क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स से हम सब ये सोचते हैं कि खेलना कूदना, लेकिन हम ये भूल जाते हैं कि स्पोर्ट्स एक ऐसी चीज़ है जिसके साथ हमारा देश जुड़ा हुआ है। जब बच्चे कंट्री के लिए रिप्रेजेंट करने जाते हैं तो वहाँ पर जाकर एक लौता स्पोर्ट्समैन होता है जब दूसरे के कंट्री में जाकर बिना किसी फाइट के, मतलब किसी को मराए, किसी को मारे, जीत कर अपनी कंट्री का तिरंगा लहराता है और राष्ट्रीय गान बजता है। लेकिन आज हम जहाँ पर बैठे हैं, स्पोर्ट्स एथिक्स के बारे में हम बात कर रहे हैं, लीडरशिप के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं। हमने अपने क्लासरूम में, अपने घर में, अपने एटमॉस्फेयर में ये सुना होगा कि मेरे असूल ये नहीं कहते कि मैं ये करूँगा। हम अपने असूल बनाते हैं, अपने लाइफ के एजेंडा बनाते हैं और आगे बढ़ते हैं। लेकिन स्पोर्ट्स में हमारे असूल कहाँ रह जाते हैं? मुझे अभी भी याद है, मैं जब छोटा था तो स्कूल में खेलता था। अंडर 14 की हॉकी टीम बन रही थी हमारे हरियाणा की। मैं हरियाणा से आता हूँ। तो पहले साल, मैं 9 साल का था उस समय, जब मैं पहली बार स्कूल स्टेट के लिए खेलने के लिए गया, तो वहाँ स्टेट के अंदर टीम बन रही थी। तो कहते ये छोटा बच्चा है, इसकी एज कम है, इसकी जगह हम किसी और को ले जाते हैं, और उसका सिफारिश भी फ़ोन आ चुका है। तो वहाँ असूल कहाँ थे? लेकिन ये सब चेंज ओवर द इयर्स हमें करना पड़ा। थैंक्स टू प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब, जिन्होंने खुद इन्वॉल्वमेंट ली। आई स्टिल रिमेंबर जब हमारे किरण सर स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर होते थे, क्योंकि एक खिलाड़ी एक दिन में नहीं बनता है या एक महीने में नहीं बनता है, उसके पीछे की योजनाएं, स्कीम्स, पॉलिसीज़ वो बनाने के लिए बहुत सा समय लगता है। तो थैंक्स टू प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब और किरण सर, जिनकी वजह से आज हिंदुस्तान में नीरज चोपड़ा जैसे सैकड़ों खिलाड़ी हैं जो टॉप स्कीम्स में भी कर रहे हैं। हम जहां बैठे हैं बेंगलोर में, मोस्ट ऑफ द कंट्री के जो खिलाड़ी हैं बेंगलोर के अंदर ट्रेनिंग करते हैं टॉप स्कीम्स के अंदर। तो मैं धन्यवाद करूँगा किरण सर का। लेकिन एथिक्स, असूल जो होते हैं हमारे स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर, कभी कभी आपने देखा होगा कुछ खिलाड़ी डोप के अंदर आ जाते हैं। कुछ खिलाड़ी अपने इंजरी होने के बाद गलत सप्लीमेंट्स को लेकर आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश करते हैं। हमें उनसे भी बचना है। इसलिए नेशनल एंटी डोपिंग एजेंसी जो है वो बहुत अच्छा काम कर रही है। क्योंकि फ्यू इयर्स बैक, 22 अगस्त 2006, आई गॉट अ गन शॉट इंजरी। और वो इंजरी ऐसी थी कि डॉक्टर्स ये कहते थे कि संदीप सिंह, आप कभी ज़िंदगी में खेल नहीं पाओगे, चल नहीं पाओगे, हो सकता है कि शायद आपको व्हीलचेयर ही मिले, हो सकता है, व्हीलचेयर भी श्योर नहीं है। लेकिन एक डेडिकेशन थी मेरी कि मुझे दोबारा स्पोर्ट्स करनी है। उस समय तक मैं जूनियर टीम का कैप्टन रहा। फेडरेशन ऑफ इंटरनेशनल हॉकी ने मोस्ट प्रॉमिसिंग प्लेयर भी दे रखा था 2006 तक। सीनियर टीम का मेंबर था। लेकिन वर्ल्ड कप के लिए हम जर्मनी जा रहे थे, तो उस समय ये इंसिडेंट हुआ ट्रेन के अंदर। लेकिन एक असूल जब हम बात करें तो उस समय मेरे अंदर एक ये जज्बा था, असूल थे कि मुझे खेलना है, कैसे भी करके खेलूं। आज के जनरेशन के अंदर बहुत सी विल पावर है, बहुत सी डेडिकेशन है, पंचुअलिटी है, ये स्पोर्ट्स में चाहिए। जब इंजरी हुई उस दौरान, जब डॉक्टर्स ने कह दिया कि खेल नहीं पाओगे, आपको पैरालाइज हो चुका है, आपके स्पाइनल कोड को गन शॉट इंजरी हुई है, आपकी मेजर सर्जरी हुई है, लेकिन एक जज्बा था बाहर निकलने का अपने असूल से। बिकॉज मैं अपनी ज़िंदगी में उस दौरान जो चीज़ें सीखा हूँ खुद से, मुझे लगता है कि वो शायद आज मैं किताबों में नहीं पढ़ के सीख सकता। मैंने एक चार्ट बनाया हुआ था और उस चार्ट को सर्कल किया। उस सर्कल के अंदर जो चीज़ें मेरे हाथ में हैं मैंने उसको लिखा। मेरे हाथ में क्या है? मेरी परफॉर्मेंस, मेरी रिकवरी, मैं कितने घंटे सोता हूँ, मैं क्या खाता हूँ, और जब मैं फील्ड पे आया उस दौरान फील्ड की कंडीशन क्या है। मैं अंपायर को रोक नहीं सकता हूँ, मैं सामने वाली टीम को नहीं, उनकी ट्रेनिंग को नहीं रोक सकता हूँ, लेकिन मेरे हाथ में क्या है, मैंने वो सर्कल में लिखा और उसी के बारे में सोचा, उसी के बारे में ट्रेनिंग किया। शायद वो मेरा रीज़न था जिसके कारण से मैं दोबारा नेशनल टीम में कम बैक कर पाया। तो हमारे लाइफ में एथिक्स होने बहुत ज़रूरी हैं। स्पोर्ट्स में डिसिप्लिन प्रायोरिटी होना चाहिए। डिसिप्लिन जो खिलाड़ी कभी कभी देखते हैं कि इसको गॉड गिफ्टेड स्किल्स हैं, लेकिन जो डेडिकेशन के साथ, पंचुअलिटी के साथ रहता है, वो हमेशा अपनी लाइफ में सक्सेस जरूर होता है। जो गॉड गिफ्टेड स्किल्स होते हैं, कभी कभी वो भी फेल हो जाते हैं आपके हार्ड वर्क के सामने। हमें नीट एंड क्लीन खेलना है, रफ एंड टफ खेलना है। नीट और क्लीन का मतलब कि हमें, एक हिंदी का वर्ड है पारदर्शिता। टीम गेम में बहुत सिलेक्शंस में ओवर द इयर्स में, अगर हम बहुत पहले चले जाएं, आई स्टिल रिमेंबर किरण सर की फुटबॉल की, जब मैं वीडियोस और पिक्चर्स देखता हूं जब ये खेलते थे, अगर उस समय हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी उस समय के प्रधानमंत्री होते तो शायद इनके पीछे भी और इनके नाम के आगे भी अर्जुन अवार्डी और द्रोणाचार्य अवार्डी, यहाँ खेल रत्न अवार्डी होता। ये नहीं कि मैं, ये सामने बैठे हैं, आप इनके गूगल करके इनके स्पोर्ट्स की वीडियोस जरूर देखना। इनकी फिटनेस आज भी और उस समय की तब भी देखना। ये बदलाव आया है पूरे कंट्री में, पूरे हिंदुस्तान में। लेकिन अगर हम बात करें ओलंपिक मेडल की, बात करें कॉमनवेल्थ मेडल की, एशियन गेम्स मेडल की, तो इससे भी ज़्यादा हम ला सकते हैं। हमारे अंदर कैपेसिटी है, हम कैपेबल हैं। लेकिन ग्रास रूट के ऊपर हर स्टेट के अंदर मैं गुरुदेव जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि जहाँ जहाँ पर भी पूरी स्टेट्स में हम सबको मिलकर ग्रास रूट के ऊपर बच्चों के लिए पॉलिसीज़, योजनाएं, चाहे वो प्राइवेटली हों, चाहे वो गवर्नमेंट के साथ मिलके हों, चाहे वो एमओयू साइन करके हो, लेकिन हमें वो योजनाएं बनानी चाहिए। और टीम गेम के अंदर स्पेशली हमें सिलेक्शंस के ऊपर बहुत ध्यान देना होगा, जिससे कि हमारे मेडल टैली में हमारा कंट्री और ऊपर आएगा। मैं यही प्रयास भी करूंगा खुद अपनी तरफ से, और हमें ये आशा भी करूंगा। आखिर में मैं यही चाहूँगा कि जितने भी यहाँ पर बच्चे बैठे हैं, स्टूडेंट्स हैं, ये इतनी मेहनत करें कि जब भी अपने अपने एरिया में निकलें तो वो अपने माता पिता के नाम से ना जाने जाएं, उनके माता पिता आपके नाम से जाने जाएं, ऐसा कुछ करके जाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, and I would like to request Ms. Rachita Kulkarni to give us a short summary for the international audience.
Just for the benefit of all our friends who are from, who may not understand Hindi. So Sandeep ji, of course, is a towering inspiration of how he resurrected his life. He was hit by a stray bullet, and doctors had pronounced that he would be confined to a wheelchair. But he emerged out of that with his determination and commitment and became the captain of the Indian national hockey team and has the world record for the fastest, yes, has the world record for the fastest flick, 145 kilometers an hour. His flick goes. So he spoke about how he came out of it, and the quintessence was that he focused on what is in his control rather than what is outside his control. And that is what he's urging all the youth to do, that what is in your control, your dedication, your discipline, your commitment, focus on that. He was also thanking Minister Rijiju and Prime Minister Modi ji for all the ecosystem that is now getting created and for nourishing and nurturing the sports talent of our country. And he was urging all the youth to work very hard so that their parents may be proud by their achievements. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rachita, and I would like to invite Air Commodore Ruby Mehrani, you're with us, to facilitate our speaker. Let's do that. Thank you so much. And we have with us today the Honorable Minister of Law and Justice of the Government of India. Let's give a grand applause to Sri Kiran Rijiju.
His Holiness Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar Ji, Sandeep Singh Ji, the Sports Minister of Haryana, Mr. Raizard Janeki, Member of European Parliament, Dr. Nick Gugar, Member of Swiss Parliament, Mr. Stephen Krause, Member of Board United Shoulder to Shoulder, Mr. Pankaj Advani, the World Billiards Champion, Mrs. Rajita Kulkarni ji, President of the main organizer of this event, the dignitaries who have been invited from across the world, and very learned gathering from our own country, young students, and those who are linked from various parts of the world. I'm told 43 countries are connected for this event. My greetings to all the brothers and sisters. First of all, I'm very delighted to be part of this unique event. And this is my first visit to this campus. So I was little taken aback that such a popular location, such a popular destination, which is a center of all spiritualities in our country, led by Gurudev, how could I miss all these years and not been here before? And I have promised Gurudev that next time definitely I'll come here. I would love to stay more here, spend nights maybe with family members. So we are talking about ethics and leadership in sports. As a Minister for Law and Justice, I also feel that besides sports, I must also ensure such event for the judges and lawyers. I would ensure that there are large participations we will discuss in future, because I want our honorable judges to give quality judgment through proper understanding. With peace of mind, they can definitely deliver better judgment. And of course, our lawyers, not only they fight for money, but they should fight for the cause of the downtrodden people. They should provide legal services to the poor and needy people of our country. So we need such event for the judges and the lawyers. Now, about the sports, I was listening to all the distinguished speakers, and in fact, I was enjoying their ideas about sports and ethics and leadership in sports. We would hear from Guruji also. I'm here mainly to listen to what you say. I don't have much to speak about, because what I feel, what I think has been shared by my colleagues. And I have a beautifully drafted speech, so I will not read this speech. Rather than that, I would prefer to make a few quick observations. First of all, as every society, India has a rich tradition of sports. Our sporting history goes back to ancient time. But over the years, the evolvement of the society did not bring sports culture in our country to the extent we would desire. It is very important to have the sports culture in any society. Sports is not only about winning and losing, it's more about participation, more about engaging self. In a way, you become active physically, mentally, and the society as a whole are involved in all kind of sporting activities which bring so much happiness, cheers, and in a way it unites the whole society and globally to large extent. When I took over as the Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, there were certain things which I thought I must do. And besides all the technicalities, all the management issues, I wanted to deal with some basic thing to ignite, to galvanize the minds of our country. The Khelo India means the whole country, whole India should play. The Khelo India concept, which was the brainchild of the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, we spread Khelo India across the country. We want every Indian to play, especially the children. So when we took Khelo India across the country, I thought I must change the mindset through this Khelo India. So as I was saying that there were certain problems in the society in terms of creating a sporting culture, I wanted to change a slogan. We had developed a very negative slogan which became very popular in Hindi, that पढ़ोगे लिखोगे बनोगे नवाब खेलोगे कूदोगे होंगे खराब. So that was something which I really wanted to change, which means if you read and write, you will become a great man. If you play, you will become nothing. So that slogan required certain amendment. So I said, पढ़ोगे लिखोगे बनोगे नवाब खेलोगे कूदोगे होंगे लाजवाब. So if you play, you will become superstar. So you can become the superstar of the society. Sports and sports stars, they can really bring lots of positivity in the society. During the Olympic time, during the Tokyo Olympic, which happened in 2021, our Honorable Prime Minister was so keenly involved, and we used to sit, because during the Parliament session, we used to sit the core group, 7-8 ministers, to discuss about the important matters to be discussed in the Parliament. And every morning, before we discuss about the Parliament issues, first 10-15 minutes will be devoted to Olympics and the sports. So Prime Minister would follow even individual results. Those who have not won medals also, we would still analyze that what is the performance of our players in Tokyo Olympics. Each medalist, our friend was showing about Neeraj Chopra, each medalist, if you write book, there is a long story, as Sandeep also rightly mentioned, the long story behind creating a sporting icon. There's a deep involvement of so many people. So when I was sports minister, we identified all the players who would be qualifying for the Tokyo Olympics. So we dealt on regular basis how to handle each person. Because common people think that the players have to train and play. They are not aware of the things which are required beyond the sports world. You talk about the sports medicine, sports education, the technicalities entirely, involved besides the normal what we see. There are behind the scene, so many people are involved. So we wanted to create a proper sporting ecosystem in the country, and which I saw a huge change over the past few years. Earlier, our Indian players used to go to Olympics or World Championship in a very demoralized manner. Our way of training, our equipments, our dresses, our shoes, and the way psychologically the players are being put into, we are defeated before we play. Our players used to feel that, oh, these people are, highly trained players coming to Olympics. Our players are not used to this kind of high-tech training. Now, whether you win or lose, Indian players are going to the international competition with an aim to win with full confidence. So, confidence is so important. And I had set certain target as a country of 1.35 billion population. We must be in the top 10 in the Olympic medal ranking. So it is happening. We are climbing up. We are rising. Now, sports is also a business. Now, I'm very happy that people who talk about business are also talking about sports. Sports is a career also. And I keep telling the players that even if you don't get to play for the country, you'll play for some club, you'll play for your state, you'll play for your community, your village. If not, you will play for yourself. Because what happens is, once you are devoted to sports for almost 10, 15 years, and if you don't get selected to Indian team, then the player feels left out. If I visit a hockey camp, there are lots of children, age 10 years, 12 years, they're all training hard. If you ask them, what is your aim? The boy or the girl will say, my aim is to play for India. Now at any given time, only 16 players will play for the country. What about the other 10 lakhs children who also dream to represent India? So it should not be the celebration of those who get the opportunity and you forget the other players who also have devoted their life in the sports. We must think about bringing a career for those people who are left out. Now, when we talk about creating a sports ecosystem, then we talk about sports as a career also. Then you are involved in the sports means not only as a player, you can be a better coach than a player. You can be a better manager than a player. Then it goes on sports management, sports universities, then there are sports houses, business, corporate, then sports goods, services. It's so much of big ecosystem that it provides so much of opportunities for job. It engages the entire generation. That is why I feel that we need to bring people into the sports directly or indirectly. Many people come to me when I was sports minister, even when I am not sports minister also. People tell me that please promote the sports in India. And I shoot back. I tell them, I will do everything to promote sports. If you want to promote sports, the only thing least you can do is at least go and watch the game or watch the game in television. If there's no viewership, there will be no commercial interest. Nobody will promote sports. Why only cricketers are getting huge amount of money and other players are not getting that much of money? Because the viewership of any cricket match in India is one of the highest in the world. If there are 30, 40 million viewership for one match, then the advertisement alone will bring a revenue of more than 200, 300 crore. That money goes to all the players and the members and those who are involved. And I have seen there are many sporting leagues in India other than the kabaddi leagues. All other leagues have failed. Even the ISL, Indian Soccer League, is running on loss. They started some badminton league in India. Last night, when I was coming from Delhi, one of our golden girl, PV Sindhu, was with me in the night. So I told her, when PV Sindhu plays, the stadium is full. When she doesn't play, the stadium is empty. So attachment with the player is good, but attachment of the sports is critical. If people don't watch, there will be no money. Players will not get the money. If there's no money, there will be no career. So to bring a sporting culture, people must be involved. Our stadiums should not be empty. Kalyan Chaube is sitting here, the president of the Indian Football Federation. The other day, I was in Odisha to participate in the inaugural ceremony for the FIFA Under-17 World Cup. The stadium was not full. First time when we are hosting a World Cup level match in India, the stadium is not a huge stadium like Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium or Brabourne Stadium. It is a small stadium, Kalinga Stadium, which must be, I think, 30,000 or 35,000 capacity. That should have been filled up. It was not filled up. I want the stadiums to be filled up. Those who cannot come to stadium, they should watch in the television. Now you have platforms in social media, watch it. So directly, indirectly, we need to involve. It's not enough to say that promote the sports, encourage the players. You must be part of that encouragement team. We have to be there by ourselves. As a country of 1.35 billion people, we must make not only BCCI the richest club in the world, but we must make all the sporting federations and clubs richest in the world. We can. A country of 1.3 billion people can do it. So I really want people of the country to come up in large number to support the sports. Now, talking about the ethics, we believe in clean sports. We believe in clean competition. Prime Minister has also been saying this, let us clean the sports. So we have brought certain laws in the parliament. You all know the anti-doping agencies are working very well. I feel sad when some of our players are involved in doping. I got a news yesterday also, one of our players got suspended for 3 years. In many countries, these are happening in large scale. There are incidents where you have a very organized way of creating this kind of trend where the young athletes are provided with wrong dose of those medicines, which are detrimental not only to the health, but to the sports itself. In India, we had started the campaign. We had involved many people. Our NDTL, the National Dope Testing Laboratory, is one of few laboratories in the world. In Asia, we have only four laboratories, or India is one of them. And we really want to make the dope testing laboratory as a world class. And we are one of the cheapest. We are charging 1/4 of what is being charged in Rome laboratory or in Qatar, in Doha. So our facilities are coming up. Our system is well geared up for the change. And I am very sure that in the days to come, India will definitely emerge as one of the most powerful sporting nation on the planet. Now, without taking much time, as I said, I always prefer to share few words, but from my heart, I remember what Prime Minister told our players. Don't let the victory get inside your head, and don't let the defeat remain inside your heart. So, victory or defeat, this is part of life. But the journey of our sporting culture must go on. And when we celebrate Olympics, Asian Games, or European Games, World Championship, we compete against each other. But the whole global community come together and celebrate. That is why, although we may compete against each other, but we compete with true sportsman spirit. I'm so happy that our friends from other countries have joined us here. This is the true sportsman spirit. We play against each other and we also play for each other. Sports is really a big factor to unite the world. Why should we go to war? Let us play. Let us compete each other on the field, not through guns and bombs. World can be a better place if everybody plays and everybody is involved in sports. I am very happy to be here in this very hugely peaceful location, such a lovely dome. I saw these beautiful sculptures. Only Guruji can do all these things. With Guruji's blessing, we all are blessed to be in this important gathering here. And thank you once again for inviting me. And also, I would like to thank all our guests from the other countries for coming here and got the opportunity to seek the blessings of Guruji. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for reminding us that we do not let the victories go into our head and the defeats in the hearts. I think it was also very powerful when you invoked that idea of playing to win and not playing not to lose. I would like to invite Mr. Ajay Baga once again, the trustee of the Sri Sri Ravi Shankar Trust, to facilitate the Honorable Minister. We have a substitute. And I would like to invite on stage Mr. Inge Andersen. For 14 years, he has been heading the Olympic Committee of Norway, and also Mr. Peter Marty, the head of Marty Communications, to facilitate a gift for Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar on behalf of the World Forum for Ethics in Business. Please. Rachita, may you join? Peter, come. This is for all of us to thank Gurudev to be with us and to grace this occasion. So, Mr. Inge Andersen is a member of the advisory board of the World Forum for Ethics in Business. And so is Mr. Peter Marty. In fact, it was Mr. Peter Marty who led us to do the conference at the FIFA headquarters. Great that you're both here. And now, with a thunderous applause, let's invite Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar to address us.
Yes, I'm going to speak from here. I'm sitting here. Well, my dear ones on the dais, and the one in the audience, and all those who are watching us from many places around the world. You know, I have a question for you. Should sports be taken seriously or lightly? The answer for this question is yes and no. If you take sports too seriously, it loses its sportiveness. It becomes war. And that's where all these unethical practices have begun. You're not taking sports with a lighter spirit, so you think it's life and death, and you get so depressed when you don't make it, and you feel so anxious. A host of mental illnesses we see that latch on to our sportsman. You look at sportsman's face, are they happy? Are they beaming with joy? It's a question. Many times you don't see, even if they have won, there is a tiredness, there is a sense of anxiety, there is a sense of depression. And of course, losers, you don't have to even mention about them. So should sports be taken serious? You know, as a proverb, we always say, oh, they're just playing games. As though playing games is a hopeless thing. Right? It's a derogatory remark when someone is saying something, doing something, say, oh, they're playing games. Means nothing serious about it. हाँ? ये तो खेल कूद है, जैसे अपने किरण रिजू जी ने बताया, this is all just games. Mind games they are playing. So, sports are seen in such a derogatory sense from so many years. But you see, sports are very natural to living beings. Not just humans, I'm talking about kittens. Just see small young kittens. When they've had their stomach full, when they've had the milk, and what do? They don't just sit somewhere. They play. Watch our immediate ancestors, apes, the monkeys. If you have not, there are plenty of opportunity in this campus to work monkeys. It will be so interesting the way the monkeys play. They're not fighting with each other, but they do boxing, they do running race. I think many games you can perceive when you watch monkeys play games. Sports is very natural to us. You just leave few kids in a room. They'll go and pull each other's head and hand or do something, and they play. Though they cry and they laugh together, they cry together, they live together. Sports is that some which unites people beyond language. भाषा के परे, देशों के परे हम सबको जोड़ता, कोई चीज जोड़ता है तो वो खेल कूद है. और खेल कूद को हमारे देश में हमने, जैसे आपने बताया किरण जी ने, कि सीरियसली नहीं लेते. If you don't take seriously the games, then no one take it as a career. And that is a big drawback as well. So that's why I said the answer for this is yes and no. When you're playing, you should take it lightly. And when you are pursuing it as a career, you have to think that it's a career. It can bring you all that you aspire in your life, fame or wealth and other things, respect. हमें खेल कूद के लिए सम्मान देना है. मैं बहुत प्रसन्न हूँ अभी इन्हीं दिनों में, माने पिछले दशक में खेल कूद का एक अच्छा रेस्पेक्टेबल स्टेटस हमारे देश में भी देने लगे. नहीं तो पहले इनके लिए कुछ भी नहीं था व्यवस्था. अभी पिछले 7-8 साल में जो खेल कूद में जाना चाहते हैं उनके लिए बहुत सारा प्रोत्साहन मिल रहा है. ऐसे ही होना चाहिए. और साथ ही साथ ये देखना चाहिए खेल जो खिलाड़ी होते हैं ये अपनी चेतना को ऐसा रखें जिसमें धूल न जम जाए, जो प्रसन्न रहे. क्योंकि जब हम प्रसन्न होते हैं औरों को खुश कर सकते हैं. जब हम खुद ही दुखी हैं, चेहरा लटका के खेल रहे हैं, उससे वो एनर्जी नहीं बनती है, वो वातावरण नहीं बनता है। इसलिए मन का स्वास्थ्य बहुत आवश्यक है। मेंटल हेल्थ इज एब्सोल्युटली इंपॉर्टेंट, एंड मेंटल हेल्थ will only keep people on the track of ethics. And here, when you follow ethics, you are taking the game both seriously and not so serious. What is ethics? Ethics is that what you don't want others to do to you, you should not do to others. Your vendors, you don't want your vendors to cheat you, so you should not cheat your customers. This is the baseline for ethics. Would you like to be cheated on a game? You are watching a game, enjoying it, but you suddenly realize that game has been fixed already and the player has already taken money. Would you enjoy that game? It will leave a bad taste in the mouth. It will spoil that whole fun of watching a game. Oh, this is a fixed game. What is point in watching a fixed game? So, ethics is very important. You cannot cheat your audience. Remember, as sports people, your audience are gods, goddesses watching you. And they are enjoying you, what you are playing. You should keep that spirit of worshipfulness, means a sense of responsibility. Sports are the religion of the young people. That is the religion. And you don't want to be dishonest when you are doing something which is close to your heart. And this big responsibility lies on every sports person. That is where ethics in sports plays an important role. Just to bring it to one's awareness. Hey, come on, wake up. If you win or lose, you should just celebrate. The purpose of life is to celebrate. And sports is the same, is to celebrate life. Not just keeping a cup in the house. You know, once I encountered a young boy, he looked very sad, and his parents were with him. Said, "Why your boy is looking sad?" See, he lost in his competition. I called that boy. I told him, "Who won the competition?" He said, "That's so and so." I said, "Is he your friend?" He said, "Yes." "So you are upset over your friend's victory?" Suddenly he woke up. No. Would you like the same thing? Suppose you win, you have won the game, and your friends are upset, they are depressed, they are upset about your winning the game. Would you have liked that position? Would you like to, would you like that? Would you have liked it? He said, "No." Then what do you want your friends to do? They should celebrate the party with me. They should be happy with me. When you wish your friends should be happy on your winning, why are you upset when someone else is winning? You know, you could see the shift in that, in the attitude of the mind right away. Just kindling these principles in the minds and hearts of people will make a huge difference in the arena of sports. Like taking the victory into the head can cause more arrogance, and taking the defeat in heart will take you into more depression. And today our youth are swinging between these two extremities. Either they are aggressive or they are depressed. And we have to get them out of it, and only ethics and values can do that. And a stress-free mind alone can pave way for it. You know, and kids using to drugs, alcohol, and many antisocial activities are because they are not taking interest in sports, I would say. As I feel that if the energy of youth are channelized in sports, in art and culture, in dance, music, or any of these, you know, they can save themselves from the vices, many of the vices and antisocial activities. Violence in the society can be reduced if young people participate more and more in sports and be sportive. And it is sad to see that games are played like wars and wars are being played like games today. We have to change this. So wherever there are games happening, there should be no violence and there should be more celebration. And the World Forum for Ethics stands for bringing up this message to one and all. All the best to every one of you. May God bless you all. Om Shanti.
Thank you so much, Gurudev, for your speech and for reminding us and bringing to our consciousness that for many young people, actually, sports is now their religion, and it's such a responsibility, therefore, when we engage in sports. Let's give a big round of applause to Gurudev. Now we are together since quite some time. Maybe some of us would not mind a little bit of doping, a refreshment. We have an intellectual refreshment. We have a great moment to come. We would now like to come to the Ethics in Business Award, and we can go to the next slide. I want to make sure that here. Okay, so we are ready. Well, we're talking about the question whether it is actually possible to be ethical and successful. And when we do that, it is so important to have role models, right? To people we look up to. And that's why since 2014 at the World Forum, we have the Ethics in Sports Awards. And if we can go to the next slide, you will see some of the winners. You can go to the next one. The winners from the previous years. We had the world famous Katharina Witt, the ice skater, who received the award back in 2014. We had Willy Lemke, the head of the United Nations Program for Peace and Sports. And we had the world famous soccer club FC Basel. If you haven't heard it yet, it's my hometown, who received the award as well. It's a long history of awards. We had Johan Cruyff. You will remember the world famous Johan Cruyff with his foundation, the Dutch soccer player, receiving the award as well, the late Johan Cruyff. Now, let's hear who are the winners today. And let's go to the category Outstanding Contributions to Sports. And we will have Rachita to read out the laudatio, and we will learn from her who is the winner.
So the first category of the award is Outstanding Contribution to Sports as an Individual. An inspiring sport development environment is very crucial to nurturing talents, creating a positive ecosystem to support training and to maximize the potential for high performance. Providing that in a sustainable manner is often a challenge, especially for developing nations. This awardee for outstanding contribution to sports is a leader who began the legacy of personal development for sports people and put India on the Olympic map. In his capacity as Minister of Youth and Sports, he put the importance of sports in the forefront of the political decision-making in India and initiated a paradigm shift in the public reception perception, and awareness of sports. A sports and fitness enthusiast himself, he diligently worked for the goal of earning medals at the Tokyo Olympics in double digits. He ensured that the COVID-19 was regulated and deputed maximum additional support staff, including coaches, doctors, physiotherapists, to optimize the performance of the athletes. He also personally followed the progress of Indian sportspersons closely and made sure that he would be the first one to wish them on their achievements. He played a pivotal role in ensuring that sports achievers were rewarded and nurtured in the right way to boost their morale and support their training. The sporting schemes he set up gave hidden talents and potential athletes from underprivileged backgrounds the opportunity to pursue a sporting career and change the lives of many aspiring athletes in India. He is equally known for reviving the sports culture at the grassroots level in India, championing the Khelo India program, for example. His name is associated with countless initiatives in Indian sports to make fitness an integral part of Indian daily lives. We are honored at the World Forum for Ethics in Business to present this award for our outstanding contribution in sports to former Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports and current Minister of Law and Justice, Government of India, Mr. Kiran Rijiju. We request Gurudev to please hand over the
And with that, we come to the category Outstanding Organization. And I would like to request Mr. Inge Andersen, the former head of the Olympic Committee for 14 years. He was leading it in Norway to give to announce the winner.
Thank you very much, Christoph, and dear all of you. Dear Guru dear. That sports in our times has become a business is undeniable. The world of soccer is perhaps one of the clearest examples. Multi-million euro transfer deals of players have become the norm rather than exceptions, and football clubs are equated with multinationals and international brands. However, today we want to award one soccer club which has showcased that a value-based approach on how to collaborate can be the foundation for sustainable success. Up until a couple of years ago, the club we are referring to was a club playing in the second division of the German Football League, and today, as we speak, it is leading the German Bundesliga ahead of Bayern Munich and all other star teams. Forum for Ethics in Business, we believe that it is the strong focus on values and ethics that has helped the club to flourish. I would like to share with you 3 examples of the how. 1, this club had inherited of an outdated stadium since German reunification, which hampered its push for promotion to higher leagues. In 2008, it had to rebuild, but money was still tight. The club decided to speak to its supporters and invite them to contribute in kind. More than 2,500 fans invested 140,000 working hours with their whole heart to create what is now regarded as the largest football-specific stadium in Germany. Two, in a sport where defeat often fosters aggressiveness, this club started a now 17-year-old tradition of uniting fans ahead of Christmas every year to sing Christmas carols and cheer everyone up. In 2019, around 30,000 people, including players and supporters of other teams from around Germany and Europe, filled the stadium to sing together. Music was provided by a school choir, while event organizers brought musical instruments to accompany the carols. And three, this club had a strong community engagement, committed to social integration and tolerance for many years. The numerous activities include the inclusion of people with disabilities, as well as action against discrimination or social projects for refugees. For example, being based in an area where 95% of children are foreigners, this club has been sending its players to teach kids in the community, help to build their soccer fields, and promote integration. And now it comes. We are proud to present this award for outstanding organization to the FC Union Berlin. We have with us today Mr. Stefan Kroos, member of the board of Union Berlin Foundation, to accept this award.
And may I request the video of the president of Union Berlin to be played here? His acceptance speech, please share it with us now.
President Kulkarni, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to address you today. I wish I could have done so in person. Unfortunately, however, I'm unable to be in Bangalore today as our team are playing a very important match in the Europa League this week, for which the support of the entire club is needed. I therefore ask for your understanding for my addressing you in this way. To be honoured with the Ethics in Sports Award for Outstanding Organisation fills us with pride and gratitude. Erste FC Union Berlin and the many people who shape it have always seen football as being a part of society that has the power to be effective far beyond the borders of sport. As we see it, a football club can be a coming together point where people feel accepted, welcome and protected. Our stadium, our sport and our club itself provide a unique framework and a place for thousands of people to regularly meet and communicate. We bring together different people who in an otherwise fragmented society would otherwise hardly meet at all. This human contact between so many gives rise to strands of ideas and opportunities that we as an organisation can tie together to combine into an effective social force. Erste FC Union Berlin, the Union family, our foundation, Union Vereint, shoulder to shoulder, are all guided by a clear set of values, the core of which is putting people at the centre of our work. Wherever we are, whether in our stadium where football has been played for more than 100 years, in our neighbourhood, our district, or even in our city. We want, through our sense of social responsibility, to effect lasting change for people. So on behalf of Erste FC Union Berlin and of everyone who joins the struggle alongside us, I'd like to acknowledge my delight about the recognition of our work and accept this award with great pride for all those committed to serving the social needs of people in and around our club. I thank you for this award. I wish you all an inspiring exchange of ideas and look forward to seeing you again soon in person. With the warmest of greetings from Berlin.
Again, wonderful speech of the president of the Erste FC Union Berlin. We come now to a category that is absolutely vital. It's the category outstanding work for mental health in sports. And we have with us Ms. Ria Bandera, actually a former junior and international squash champion. Let's give her a big round of applause and she will introduce the winner.
Thank you, dear Gurudev, Rajita and team for having me here today. Sports allows us to experience so many great values. One of them is obviously health, both physically and mentally. However, in a world where mental health has become a challenge and almost half of the population reports to suffer from stress, even elite sports has not been spared. From gymnastics to swimming, data shows that up to 35% of high-performance athletes suffer from a mental health crisis. Our awardee today for the Ethics in Sports Award in the category Mental Health in Sports is an icon of hope in her home country, Norway, and one of the best handball players in the nation's history of the sport. She represented her team when it won a bronze medal at the 2009 World Women's Handball Championship, as well as winning a silver medal at the European Championship 2012, where she was named the most valuable player. She became interested in mental health since the early age of 12, and throughout her youth and successful career, she gradually got better at navigating what she calls the mental world, facing her own challenges. A team player, an innovator, and a warm-hearted person truly interested at helping the weakest, she has advocated and acted towards putting individuals' health and well-being as a core criterion for sustainable success through projects on and off the pitch. Today, she is the co-founder of Fearless Heart, using disruptive tools such as breathing and meditation to help others. She's dedicated to sharing her takeaways from going through what seems impossible and sharing valuable advice and insight in her public speaking on social media channels and in her own podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a warm applause Miss Anja Hammerseng Eden, celebrated handball player from Norway.
Gurudev, thank you. Rashita, thank you for having this conference. Thank you for having me on stage. And thank you for this award. 2009, I was in the World Championships playing handball. That was my biggest dream. And thank you, Christoph. You're so cute. Thank you. Okay. So I thought it was the biggest dream of my life. I was playing the World Championship, and I was standing there, and suddenly I felt so scared. I got afraid for doing mistakes, and then suddenly my mind was fading. So I realized I had to develop my own focus, my own attention, and I was really working on the inside out, and I realized that I could actually be a player and a human being that I'm proud of being, And now I really want to contribute. I really want to bring that to other people because I do believe that it's not about the medals, it's about who we are, and we can build inner strength. I know from the bottom of my heart it is possible, and I hope that you truly believe in it. All you kids up there, please believe in yourself and keep playing, keep having fun. Thank you.
What a great message, Anya. Thank you so much. And we come to the last category. It's the category Outstanding Resilience. And we have with us Peter Marty, the advisory board member of the World Forum for Ethics in Business, please.
Dear gentlemen, dear ladies, dear gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very proud to hand out this individual award. Our next awardee's life is an outstanding lesson in resilience applied on and off the pitch. One of the finest hockey captains India has ever produced, our awardee nearly did not reach the early potential he displayed during his junior career. In 2004, he was the youngest Indian hockey player to compete at the Olympics in Athens at the age of 17 and won the Junior World Cup with the most goals the following year. However, only a few days before his first World Cup in Germany, his life was flipped out upside down. He was struck by an accident bullet fired from the weapon of a railway protection force soldier as he was riding a train to join his colleagues. Following this, doctors informed him that he would be paralyzed below the torso and he would be confirmed to a wheelchair for his whole life. However, hockey being the only thing he had loved, he got out his stick and kept it close to push himself. A year from the incident, the hockey champion not only started walking again, but also regained his place in the team as an Indian captain. He then helped India qualify for the London 2012 Olympics, where he scored 5 goals in a game, clocked a 145 kilometer stroke, and beat the record of highest goals scored by an Indian in a tournament. He has been dubbed Flicker Singh in the media for his specialization of the drag flick, one of the fastest in the world, and even holds a DSP rank in the Haryana police. Since 2019, he's sworn in as the youngest sports minister of the state Haryana, where he helps the next generation develop, providing the latest rehabilitation equipment to, raising money for training to athletes, making new centers with high-end facilities for top athletes, and is, on top of that, personally connected to the players, catering to their needs so they perform their best. Actually, right before coming to this conference, he was yesterday in Ahmedabad in national games to personally support his team. The number of medals has remarkably increased in the state of Haryana since his tenure, and the youth has been encouraged to new bounds, reviving the culture of sports. It is our pleasure to confer this award to someone with immense quality, including resilience, not only as a sports person, but as an individual known to show how to achieve remarkable heights in every way. Please give a huge round of applause to Shri Sandeep Singh.
Gurudev, we would also take a moment today to recognize and honor our very own dear Pankaj Advani. He has just come back last 2 days ago after winning his 25th World Championship. And it's a special moment for us. So a special honor from all of us, Pankaj. And we would request Gurudev to please honor.
Let's put our hands together. What a wonderful morning. Bravo. We thank our speakers. We thank Gurudev. I want to thank all of you. What a wonderful audience you are. And this is far from being finished. We just started. At 2:30, Ms. Jena Desai is going to lead through the afternoon keynote session. We have fantastic speakers. And on the way out, Gurudev is going to inaugurate a festival of not ancient, but traditional historic sports from around the world, in particular from India. I think that's going to be fascinating. We will have time allocated at the end of the afternoon to really go and play there, because now I think lunch is king. Let's have the lunch and come back, but on the way there, let's also see that traditional sports festival. Once again, big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Check. Check, 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 check.
Welcome to the factory of Queen Bite in Sofia, Bulgaria. How we do our job? Let me show you.
Yes, a ton of dates, please.
Queen Bite is made out of organic Ngletnur dates. We use them because they have the right level of sweetness, density, and have the highest quality. Don't forget a ton of cashew. Our quality department makes sure that every single delivery we receive is uncompromised, and we send a sample to Germany for pesticides and heavy metal testing. We always double check to ensure authenticity of the documents and product origin. Before entering production zone, all employees must change into factory wear, wash up and put on their gloves, hairnets and face masks. The secret of the perfect Queen Bite bar is how we make the ingredients ready. Since the product is raw, we have to make sure that everything that goes in is simply the best. So, our bars are packed, boxed, and ready to be shipped in Portugal or anywhere else in the world. In our facility, we produce all kinds of customizable organic treats, like cookies, crackers, and even coconut chips. Seeing people enjoy our product is the reason we do what we do best. Making people happy, because every bite of Queen Bite is a bite of happiness.
Pure thoughts always lead to something beautiful. That's why Shri Shri Tattva food products are made with the purest of ingredients and the purest of thoughts. So every meal is filled with health and purity. Shri Shri Tattva, just purity.
Chintu, don't forget to keep the gifts, okay?
Okay, Di.
Pure thoughts can make this world a beautiful place. That's why Shri Shri Tattva personal care products are not just prepared with the purest of ingredients, but with pure thoughts as well. So you remain beautiful inside out. Shri Shri Tattva, just purity.
Are you done packing?
We could plan our honeymoon some other time. Today, Uncle, Dad is more important.
Pure thoughts always lead to something beautiful. That's why Shri Shri Tattva Sudanta Herbal Toothpaste is made with the purest of ingredients and thoughts. So your smile can make this world a better place. Shri Shri Tattva, just purity.
I have with me an incredible panel today. We have Mr. Peter Marty, the CEO of Marty Online Solutions and an advisory committee member of the World Forum for Ethics in Business. We have Mr. Sangram Singh, a Commonwealth champion twice in wrestling, the pride of India. We have Mr. Tom Farry, Executive Director and founder of the Sports and Society Program of the Aspen Institute from the United States of America. And we have someone who needs no introduction, the Great Wall of India, Mr. P.R. Srijish, the goalkeeper of the Indian national hockey team and a key member of the team that won the 2020 Olympics bronze medal. So you can give the panel a loud hand. Well, I had also begun this morning with a prepared kind of a speech, but let me start with what Gurudev said this morning. All of us attended the session today. And Gurudev said that sports, is it something to be taken seriously or should we take it as fun? No, and I had read somewhere that a trophy carries dust, but memories remain forever with us. And all of us, each and every one of us, has a special sports hero, right? From our childhood, from the time that we've grown up, yeah? And if you think of that person, what kind of memories are evoked for you for that person? It's a feeling of pride. It's a feeling of, you're amazed at the achievements of that person, the sense of discipline, the courage, the strength of the human spirit to pursue and to go beyond the insurmountable odds. Sports allows us to do that as human beings. Sports also unites us and it serves as a platform for social change and for education. And for all of us here sitting in this hall, as Christoph mentioned this morning, that this hall is the place where it all began for the World Forum for Ethics in Business, and what a befitting place to talk about ethics, morality, spirituality, and human values together here in this hall. All of us have come here together for something bigger and beyond ourselves, beyond our individual achievements, beyond our individual dreams. And to us, in the art of living, meditation is a way of life. Spirituality is really that conjunction of, where the mind comes into the present moment. Sports is also that place where the mind comes into the present moment. And that is where sports, spirituality, and human values can play together such a powerful role in society. So I'd like to begin without much ado, a message and a recording from the first speaker, Mr. Joseph Blatter, who, as we all know, has served a very, very long time as the head of the FIFA. And we had a wonderful conference at the FIFA in 2014. The first World Summit for Ethics in Sports was held there, hosted by Mr. Blatter. And there were challenges there. We went there and held the conference, Christoph, at a time when there were several challenges and controversies. Nevertheless, we went there with a noble intention to make sure that the message of values, ethics in sports are heard loud and clear. So can we have that record?
I would also take this opportunity to remember a wonderful friendship. And I would also take this.
A very warm hello from Zurich, the capital of football, the headquarters of FIFA since 1932, to India. The man who's sitting next to me, I think I don't have to introduce, I do it anyway. It's Mr. Joseph S. Blatter, 18 years FIFA president, 16 years IOC member. Sepp Blatter, the stage is yours.
Well, first of all, I would like to address this Ethics Summit. It is a great pleasure and an honor for me to speak about this problem, which is so important and so vital for the sport.
As the FIFA president, you initiated the FIFA Ethics Commission back in 2006. What was the trigger for this?
We have been involved in fair play activities, big activities, by using the yellow card everywhere and in the game. But we have realized fair play is not only in the game, important, but outside the game. That's why we have decided, according to other organizations at that time, the IOC had already one of these committees, to take the initiative for the ethics committee in FIFA, and Sebastian Coe, Lord Sebastian Coe, well-known man in everywhere, he was the first president, and here we started.
Let's stay with the Ethic Commission for 1 minute. Can ethic values be accepted in such a high commercialized landscape like international football, where there's so much money in it?
Yeah, but naturally we have to have a control system. And there I have to say that ethics is not only on the behavior of the field of play, but also behavior outside the field of play, when economic problems are coming in. And in this case, I have to congratulate one of our confederations, the Europeans. They have introduced the so-called financial fair play. So it's a control for finances. But in fact, it is also in fair play, finally, and in ethics. But it's difficult then, when it comes only to finances, to go for ethics, because then we come directly somewhere, we touch criminal law. And the ethics committee can never deal with criminal law.
You were suspended by your own ethic commission back in 2015. How you feel about that today, when you look back?
No, nowadays I would say it was an error, but they based their decision on a court case which started in 1 month ago. This happened in October, but in September, the Attorney General in Switzerland started a court case against me. And now we have seen in the past what has happened, that it was wrong. But nevertheless, our ethics committee, they thought it is correct. And that's why they suspended me. I accepted, because I was a footballer, still I am a footballer, and I abide to decisions taken by committees.
But as you said, now you were relieved from all the accusation by Swiss court. What does that say about the Ethic Commission? Doesn't it take all the credibility from it?
No, not all the credibility, but I would say the ethics committees in the different, they should have a better look on the item, and not just go on without having their own investigation, and then the decision if it is worth or not worth to suspend a person or personality in football. But it's a long way to go. But I am so happy that now in the 2 days in Bangalore you speak about the ethics and the summit of ethics, and I think it's wonderful, because ethics should be all around the world, and not only in sport, but also in business, in economy, in private lives.
Before we come to an end, let's look forward. In about 1 month, the World Cup in Qatar starts. What does this say about ethics in sport?
Nothing at all. Nothing at all, because that was a decision taken. I was still the president at that time. Perhaps I was not so in favor of Qatar, but it has taken, a decision has been taken by the executive committee, which was diminished by 2 entities, by 2 members, because they have been suspended by our ethics committee, and it has been confirmed. So now it's not a problem of ethics. The difficulties there are arisen in Qatar were from the social point of view, but from the sporting point of view, we must first play this competition, and then we can say if it is ethics or not.
But it's an open secret. There was some political and economical pressure behind this decision to take the World Cup to Qatar.
Yeah, definitely. But this has not stopped the organization in Qatar. It has not stopped the FIFA to confirm we will do it. And then let's play it now. And then we will see the results. And I invite the summit after the World Cup to speak again with me or some other personalities in football, then to analyze exactly what has happened to the FIFA's World Cup 2022 in Doha, Qatar.
Mr. Sepp Blatter, thank you very much for this nice talk.
It was my pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Blatter, for sharing your message with us from across the seas. And I think we understand from this message that ethics cascades into every aspect of life, whether it's sport, whether it's the economy, whether it's business, whether it's society, whether it's education. And now I take great pleasure in inviting our next speaker, Mr. Peter Marty, the CEO of Marty Online Solutions and Advisory Committee member of the World Forum for Ethics in Business in Switzerland. Mr. Marty is an old friend and deeply, deeply invested in corporate social responsibility programs globally. Thank you, Mr. Marty, for joining.
Thank you for the introduction, very kind of you. My topic this afternoon is ethics in communication, because I'm a communication man. So we are talking the next few minutes about ethics in communication and in information. Therefore, I begin my keynote with a question to you regarding communication and fake news. Did you ever heard about fake news? Okay, good. Do you know since when the word fake news exists? The year? Does anybody know that? Yeah, fake news basically exists since centuries. That's true. But the word fake news only came into Wikipedia and in all the literature in 2017, so only 5 years ago. How Wikipedia today defines fake news, and fake news are not ethical, we all know. Quote, fake news are a summary for false reports spread in the media and on the internet, especially in social networks, with manipulative intent. Increasingly, fake news has also become a political buzzword and battle cry. End of quote. So far, so good, but what have fake news to do with our topic, ethics in sports? Young people, for instance, are particularly affected by misleading and false reports and false information on the internet. But how can people be supported in recognizing fake news and evaluating information correctly? Fake news that young people encounter also deals with health, sports, nutrition, body image, drugs, celebrities, sexuality, for example. Young people also, but young people also know how information can be evaluated and also what consequences this information has for their everyday lives. For example, if someone advertises a new diet on Instagram that makes acne disappear, young people should know what reputable sites there are, websites. They need to be able to assess the truth of such messages. So the question comes immediately up, how can we recognize fake news from true news? It is important to check the exact address, the URL, of the linked article. This is usually an internet address that is reminiscent of the publication in question, but it's not necessarily the original address. For instance, if you take the media here, indiatimes.com is the right URL. Indian-times.com is the wrong one. So you should find out which one is the right one. It's pretty easy on the internet. Artofliving.org is the right one, but art-off sport-living.com is the wrong one. So it's up to you to find it out. How can we recognize false photos? An effective way to expose fake images is to use Google reverse image search. Google reverse image search. Instead of searching for an image, you search for information about an image you found on the web or on your computer. Under CTRL-Q, you can select an image from the memory of your smartphone and then search for it. You can also check videos in a similar way with the Amnesty International's YouTube data viewer. This data viewer shows the actual upload times of the videos, and you can extract preview images, and which is more important than ever, if it's a false video or a truth video. How can we find out if somebody is using fake information to influence sports? Yes, fake news are a common problem in sports, where sports fans may encounter everything from unchecked rumors to false information that was shared by agents to drive competition for an athlete's service. An example, the rumor was about an imminent transfer of famous footballer Lionel Messi to the Italian top club Inter Milan. Why this rumor? Because ex-Inter president Moratti has stated in an interview, Messi is at the end of his contract, and I think that they are certainly trying to bring him to Milan. So the false news was born by this quote. The consequences were big headlines on all sport channels that Messi changes tomorrow to Milan. And Messi, he had to deny immediately by declaring that this is fake news and not true. So you can see with this example how quick false information is created. Let me summarize. Fake news are existing in sports a lot, unfortunately. The aim is to influence players, teams, and fans. Second, fake news are of no value and have nothing to do with ethics in sports. Sportsmen and all people involved in sports have to distance themselves from fake news and not using it. And let me finish with an important quote from Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple, regarding social media usage. Your time, quote, your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life on social media. Don't waste it living someone else's life on social media. Don't be trapped living with the results of other people's thinking. It may be fake and wrong. Don't let other people's opinion drown out your own inner voice. And most important, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. End of quote. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Marty, for sharing with us this very, very insightful talk on how communication can impact ethics in sports. Thank you very much. It is now my privilege and honor to invite our next speaker, Mr. Sangram Singh. Sangram Singh ji has been a two-time Commonwealth medalist winner for wrestling for India. He has been nominated as the World Global Player of the Year. More than that, Sangram ji has traveled a long and a tough journey. The first 8 years of his life was spent in bed fighting arthritis. And he rose from there to play for his country and to bring international accolades to his country. He believes in a life which is fit, which is clean, and he epitomizes that. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir. Give him a big hand.
सबसे पहले सबको नमस्ते, क्योंकि मैं पहली बार आया हूँ यहाँ पे। थैंक यू रजिता जी, जैना जी, श्रजेश भाई, और इन दोनों भाइयों के नाम नहीं जानता इनको भी थैंक यू। तो मैं गुरुदेव के यहाँ पे पहली बार आया हूँ, ये मेरा पहला वो है, और थोड़ा सा मुझे जल्दी भी है, मगर जो मैं बात कहूँगा वो आप सब अपनी लाइफ में लेके जाना, ये काम आएंगे, क्योंकि क्या है कि मैं दिल से बोलता हूँ।
चेक 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 चेक। check, 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 check.
वो चेक हो जाए तो बता देना भैया।
Should we continue?
ये दे
आप
दूंगा।
ये ले लीजिए।
तो मेरी आवाज आ रही है ना सबको? चेक चेक चेक। अब कैश करवा लो इसको। तो क्या है कि जो मैं बोलूंगा अभी उसको लेके जाना। देखिए, किसी भी देश की ताकत देखनी है तो उसकी दो चीज़ देखी जाती हैं, उसकी सेना और उसका स्पोर्ट्स। किसी भी देश की संपन्नता देखनी है, ताकत देखनी है, समृद्धि देखनी है, आप ये नहीं देखेंगे कि आपने कितनी बिल्डिंगें बना दी, आपने कितना क्या कर दिया। कोई बाहर से देखेंगे कि उसकी सेना कितनी स्ट्रोंग है, उसका स्पोर्ट्स कितना स्ट्रोंग है, यानी वो देश उतनी तरक्की कर रहा है। तो अब जैसे हमारा टॉपिक है, मोस्टली हम कह रहे हैं कि एथिक्स। मैं कह रहा हूं कि एथिक्स के बिना तो लाइफ नहीं चल सकती, स्पोर्ट्स कहां चलेगा। जिंदगी में भी एथिक्स जरूरी है। और मैं सबको एक बात कहना चाह रहा हूं कि देखिए, पहले एक डेफिनेशन देता हूं। चैंपियन कौन होता है? चैंपियन वो नहीं होता जो फर्स्ट आता है, मेडल जीता है, ट्रॉफी जीता है, किसी भी फील्ड में टॉप करता है। अब किसी फील्ड में, IIT, IIM, किसी में, चैंपियन वो होता है जो लगातार कोशिश करता है, जिंदगी में लगातार कोशिश करता है, वो चैंपियन होता है। तो हम सब के अंदर वो चैंपियन छिपा हुआ है, हम सब के अंदर वो चैंपियन है, बस आप उसको पहचान के रखो। अब क्या है कि बहुत से बोलते हैं कि भैया, मैं कह रहा हूं कि एथिक्स और स्पोर्ट्स का अगर बैलेंस है ना, कोई वो चीज मैं भी बोल रहा था, वो डिसिप्लिन है, अनुशासन। डिसिप्लिन के बिना ना कोई एथिक्स है, ना कोई स्पोर्ट्स है, ना कोई लाइफ है। अब खुद बताता हूं मैं आपको कि मान लीजिए एक पतंग है, पतंग डोर से बंधी रहेगी तभी पतंग है, नहीं तो पतंग इज अ पीस ऑफ पेपर है अगर डोर तोड़ दो तो। ऐसे ही जिंदगी है। जिंदगी में अगर आपके डिसिप्लिन है, अनुशासन है, तो आपकी लाइफ है, आपका एथिक्स भी है, आपका स्पोर्ट्स भी है। और मैं कह रहा हूं कि देखिए, सबसे ज्यादा आजकल बच्चों क्या है कि हम साक्षर बना रहे हैं, शिक्षित नहीं बना रहे। साक्षर क्या होता है? डिग्री लेके आ जाते हैं बच्चे। शिक्षित क्या होता है कि वैल्यूज देते हैं, जो माता पिता देते थे, जो दूसरे देते थे। आजकल बच्चे IIT पढ़े हैं, IIM पढ़े हैं, वो ढेर सारे 95%, 98% सब लेके आते हैं। मेरे जैसा इंसान तो 33% मुश्किल से लेता था, वो भी घर वाले पीटते थे इसलिए पास होना पड़ता था। तो मैं आप सबको बता रहा हूं कि उन बच्चों को है ना शिक्षित बनाओ, साक्षर नहीं। शिक्षित आप अब बहुत से, अब देखो स्कूल का जो हम स्टार्ट करते हैं कायदा, वहां से स्टार्ट करते हैं। हम क्या लिखते हैं? जेंटलमैन कौन है? जिसने सूट बूट पहन रखा है। यानी जो आपके घर में जो फादर जिसने धोती कुर्ता पहन रखा है, वो जेंटलमैन नहीं है। ये हमारी शिक्षा पद्धति बहुत पहले से चेंज हुई थी। जब मैकोले आए थे तो उन्होंने देखा था कि भारत, हिंदुस्तान, उसकी संस्कृति, उसकी शिक्षा पद्धति इतनी अच्छी है कि उसको हम तोड़ नहीं सकते। तो उन्होंने बहुत एक बारी बारी स्ट्रेटेजी से उसको तोड़ा है। अब मैं खुद कह रहा हूं आपको, पहले ही बोलता था कि देखिए, सबसे ज्यादा दूरी किस चीज की है? सबसे ज्यादा दूरी पृथ्वी से आसमान की नहीं है, सबसे ज्यादा दूरी है आपसे दिल और दिमाग की। जो 11 इंच दूरी है ना, जो इसका मेल कर गया ना, मैं कह रहा हूं कि जिंदगी में वो सक्सेसफुल है, जिंदगी में उसके एथिक्स भी हैं, जिंदगी में उसका सब कुछ है। मगर क्या है कि हम इसको करते ही नहीं। और आपकी जिंदगी ना दो चीज के बीच में घूमती है, प्राप्त और पर्याप्त। अगर आपको जो प्राप्त है, अगर आप उसमें पर्याप्त हो गए तो लाइफ सक्सेसफुल है। और जो आपको प्राप्त, अगर उसमें आप पर्याप्त नहीं हो ना, तो आपकी लाइफ सक्सेसफुल है ही नहीं, आप कुछ भी कर लो। और मैं हमेशा एक बात कहता हूं कि देखिए, बहुत बोलते हैं देश है ना, देश नेताओं से नहीं बनता, देश किसी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से नहीं बनता। देश पता कब बनता है? आपके हिस्सा काम आपने कर लिया, मेरे हिस्सा काम मैंने कर लिया, उनके हिस्सा काम उन्होंने ईमानदारी से कर लिया, तो हमारे लिए देश बनना वही स्टार्ट हो गया। देश किसी उस चीज से नहीं बनता कि मैं बोल दें, जय बोल दे, बड़ी बड़ी बात करे। देखिए भैया, मेरा देश महान तो मेरा क्या योगदान? हम सबको सोचना पड़ेगा कि मेरा देश महान तो मेरा क्या योगदान। अगर हम ईमानदारी से काम करेंगे, हर तरीके से काम करेंगे, तो हम आगे जाएंगे ही ना, कोई रोक थोड़ी सकता है। और मैं खुद कह रहा हूं कि भैया, मैं अपनी लाइफ में रूमेटिक अर्थराइटिस पेशेंट था। ना मैं चल सकता था, ना मैं उठ सकता था, ना मैं बोल सकता था। सब हंसी मजाक उड़ाते थे, सब कहते थे। इवन एक गिलास पानी भी मैं उठा नहीं सकता था। उसको भी उठाने के लिए बहुत, जब दिन निकलता था ना तो मेरी आंखें खुल जाती थी मगर बॉडी काम नहीं करती थी, क्योंकि मुझे रूमेटिक अर्थराइटिस का लास्ट स्टेज था। पहले डॉक्टरों ने बोला कि बीमारी नॉर्मल है, वो यहाँ दिखाया वहाँ दिखाया, और एक काफ़ी हम्बल फैमिली से मैं आया हूँ। याद रखना, लेगेसी वहाँ पे छूटेगी जहाँ पे सक्सेस, जहाँ पे साधन कम है वहीं पे लेगेसी छूट सकती है। जहाँ पे ढेर सारे साधन है, ढेर सारा पैसा, वहाँ पे लेगेसी छूट नहीं सकती। लिखवा के ले जाओ। मैं कहता हूँ कि लेगेसी हमेशा, गुलाब हमेशा वही खिलता है जहाँ पे कांटे होते हैं। और हमारा राष्ट्रीय फूल कमल कीचड़ में खिलता है, उसके बावजूद भी कीचड़ में रह के कमल हरी के नतमस्तक होता है वो फूल। तो मैं कह रहा हूं कि आप अपनी जिंदगी में मत सोचो कि हम कहां से आए हैं, हाँ हमें जाना कहां है, हम आखिरी ब्रेथ कहां ले रहे हैं। जिंदगी का मेन महत्व वो है। और मैं हमेशा बोल रहा हूं कि भैया अपनी जिंदगी में अपना टारगेट हमेशा ऊंचा रखो। जब तक दुनिया वाले आपके सपने पे हंस नहीं रहे ना, तो समझ लो आपका सपना छोटा है। और जिस पे जमाना हंसता है, इतिहास वही रचता है, और इतिहास हमारे जैसे पागलों में से कोई रचता है। इतिहास, मैं कह रहा हूं कि आज तक आप हिस्ट्री उठा के देख लो, जो पढ़े लिखे ना ज्यादा समझदार होते हैं वो पढ़ते हैं, और जो पागल होते हैं ना वो इतिहास बनाते हैं। वो पढ़ लिख के क्या करेंगे कि वो आगे चले जाएंगे, बड़ी पोस्ट पे आ जाएंगे, सब कुछ करेंगे, मगर क्या है कि एक इंसान को तो मेहनत करनी पड़ती है। तो मैं खड़ा नहीं हो सकता था, चल नहीं सकता था, बैठ नहीं सकता था, सब मजाक उड़ाते थे। घर वालों ने छोटा सा प्लॉट था वो बेका, वो कहीं बाहर लेके गई, कहीं अच्छे हॉस्पिटल में। तो उन्होंने बोला कि भैया ये बच्चा मुश्किल से 6 महीने जिंदा रहेगा, क्योंकि ये बीमारी डेथ के साथ खत्म होती है। मेरी माँ ने कभी हार नहीं मानी। मेरी माँ दिन में मुझे 15-15 बार मसाज करती थी। तो कहते थे इस बीमारी मसाज मत करो, क्योंकि मैं पैर की उंगली से लेके मैं अपना मुंह भी नहीं खोल सकता था। तो कभी तिल के तेल से, कभी मस्टर्ड ऑयल से, कभी देसी घी से, कभी नेचुरल उससे, तो वो उसकी वो है। और मैं कह रहा हूँ कि पिछले 26-27 साल से, हालांकि बाद में मेरी स्टोरी डिस्कवरी ने फीचर की थी, जहाँ पे ऋतिक रोशन मेरी लाइफ स्टोरी बता रहे थे कि मैंने कैसे ओवरकम किया। और पिछले 26-27 साल से, भैया माफ करना डॉक्टर बैठे होंगे यहाँ पे, मैं ज्यादा जानता ही डॉक्टर कौन है, ना उनकी मानता ना उनकी सुनता। मैं नेचर में बिलीव करता हूँ, हर रोज वर्कआउट करता हूँ, ढेर सारे एक्सरसाइज करता हूँ। वो बच्चा जो कभी चल नहीं पाता था, जो कभी कुछ कर नहीं सकता था, वो आया, उसको मौका मिला, उसने अपनी कंट्री को रिप्रेजेंट किया, देश के लिए खेला, प्रोफेशनल रेसलिंग में आ तो मौका मिला, वर्ल्ड का बेस्ट प्रोफेशनल रेसलर भी बना, कॉमनवेल्थ हेवीवेट चैंपियन भी बना। जो बच्चा चल नहीं सकता था वो रेसलर बना, जो बोल नहीं सकता था वो स्पीकर बना। मैं रेसलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया का पहला ब्रांड एम्बेसडर बना, स्पीकर बना। आजकल मैं ढेर सारी जगह बाहर जाता हूं। तो क्या है कि लिमिटेशन माइंड में है, लिमिटेशन और कहीं नहीं है। मैं कह रहा हूं कि जैसा हम सोचते हैं वैसे बन जाते हैं। जैसा खाओगे वैसा होगा मन, जैसा पियोगे पानी वैसे निकलेगी वाणी, और जैसी संगत वैसी रंगत। तो आप अपने में बिलीव करो। मैं कह रहा हूं इस धरती पे कोई इंसान है ही नहीं कि जो आपको जिता सके और आपको हरा सके। अगर आपके अंदर वो सक्षम है, आपके अंदर वो मादा है मेहनत करने का, तो भैया मैं कह रहा हूं सूर्य के सामने कोई दीवार नहीं खींच सकता। सूर्य के सामने कोई दीवार नहीं खींच सकता। कोई बेवकूफ अगर दीवार खींचेगा, सूर्य तो आएगा और वो अपना जो उसकी किरणें हैं वो आगे आके आएंगी, वो अपना प्रभाव सिद्ध करेगा। तो मैं आप सबको कह रहा हूं कि बस आप बिलीव इसमें करो। एक ने मेरे से पूछा कि मैं कई बार जाता हूं कि जी आप प्रोटीन कितना खाते हैं, आप ये विटामिन कितना खाते हैं, आप ये सब कितना खाते हैं। अब मैं सोच रहा हूं कि जिम में जाएंगे, आपका वेट 80 kg है तो आप 60 ग्राम प्रोटीन खाओ, आप 200 ग्राम प्रोटीन खाओ। तो दिन में हम काम करेंगे या ऐसे ही बैग उठाए घूमते रहेंगे कि भैया ये प्रोटीन इस टाइम खाना है, ये गोली इस टाइम खानी है, ये गोली इस टाइम खानी है। नहीं, मैं कह रहा हूं कि आप खुश रहो, सूखी रोटी प्याज खा लो, उससे बड़ा प्रोटीन विटामिन कुछ है ही नहीं। अगर आप खुश हो तो सच कह रहा हूं। मैं अब भी 3-4 घंटे ट्रेनिंग करता हूं, 5 घंटे एक्सरसाइज करता हूं, मोस्टली बॉडी वेट करता हूं, प्राणायाम करता हूं, योगा करता हूं, ढेर सारी एक्सरसाइज करता हूं। तो क्या है कि सारी चीज आपके यहां से स्टार्ट होती हैं। एक बार क्या हुआ कि एक जवान था, सेना में था, उसकी एक आंख पे गोली लग गई। तो जब उसे पूछा गया कि अब आप क्या करेंगे, तो बोला कि पहले मैं जब गोली मारता तो एक आंख बंद करता था, अब मेरी एक आंख जित नेचुरली बंद हो गई तो मैं दबा दबा के निशाने मारूंगा। तो भैया ये आप सबके ऊपर है कि आप सोचते कैसे हैं, आप करते क्या हैं। देखो मेरी जिंदगी में कोई लक भाग्य विश्वास कुछ नहीं करता। मैं कहता हूं भैया लक भाग्य विश्वास यहां पे है, हार्ड वर्क के आगे सफलता जोड़ी खड़ी हो जाती है। बस आप करके तो देखो। मैं परमात्मा इन सब में देखो है। मेरे लिए परमात्मा मेरे माता पिता हैं, मेरा गुरु है जिसने मुझे पहले रेसलिंग करना सिखाया। मेरे माता पिता परमात्मा है मेरे लिए। बाकी सारी चीजें नॉर्मल है। मैं कह रहा हूं कि अपने आप में बिलीव तो पैदा करो, कि ये करो कि भैया मुझे पता है कि अब बहुत से बोलते कि भैया आपने किया, अब मेरे जैसा इंसान जिसको कुछ पता नहीं, आज वो रेसलिंग किया, आगे आया, टीवी शो कर रहा है। देखो मेरी लाइफ का सबसे बड़ा मोटिवेशन है रिजेक्शन। मैं हर जगह रिजेक्ट किया गया हूं, जितने रिजेक्शन मिलते हैं वो मेरा मोटिवेशन होता है। और जिंदगी में मेरा सबसे खुशी का दिन होता है जिस दिन जब मुझे बड़ा नुकसान होता है। मान लो मैंने घड़ी बांध रखी है, अगर ये घड़ी कोई उठा लेगा, गुम हो जाएगी, तो भी तो नहीं खरीदूंगा ना, नहीं ये बांधे घूमता रहूंगा। तो जिंदगी में कभी परिवर्तन आने से नहीं डरना चाहिए, परिवर्तन को रोकने से डरना चाहिए। तो अपनी लाइफ में आप अपने आप पे बिलीव करो, क्योंकि कहते हैं ना कि हजारों मील का सफर एक छोटे से कदम से उसकी शुरुआत होती है। आप चाहे कहीं भी हो, कोई आपकी भाषा है, कोई आपकी जाति है, कोई आपका मजहब है, मैं कह रहा हूं कि सेल्फलेस होके जीवो, ईमानदारी से जीवो, फिर देखो कि हम कहां से कहां पहुंच सकते हैं। देखिए अब जो गुरुदेव हैं, गुरुदेव के मैसेज मैं भी बहुत सुनता हूं, मुझे मौका मिला उनसे मिलने का, उनसे आशीर्वाद लेने का, उनके यहाँ पे आने का। तो क्या है कि वो कहते हैं ना कि महापुरुषों के दर्शन मात्र से ही हमारे ढेर सारे जो व्यवधान है वो दूर हो जाते हैं। तो उनसे सीखो, अगर हमने कोई सीखा नहीं तो उसका फायदा कुछ नहीं है। और आपकी लाइफ में कुछ भी चल रहा है कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। देखिए अब जिंदगी में दो ही रास्ते हैं, या दे के जाओ या छोड़ के जाओ, तीसरा कोई रास्ता नहीं है। जिंदगी में रास्ते दो ही हैं, या दे के जाओ या छोड़ के जाओ। तो इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि भैया परमात्मा से कहो कि जरिया बने कि हम ढेर सारा छोड़ के जाएं, लेगेसी छोड़ के जाएं, कि उस लेगेसी को कोई फॉलो कर सके। अब क्या आगे भैया वो बहुत से बोलते हैं कि भैया घर बड़ा हो गया, बंगला बड़ा हो गया, गाड़ी बड़ा हो गया। नहीं, बड़ा आदमी कौन होता है? बड़ा आदमी किसी पद प्रतिष्ठा से बड़ा नहीं होता, ना बंगले से, ना गाड़ी से, ना किसी पद से। बड़ा आदमी वो होता है जिससे मिलके हम छोटा फील ना करें, जिसके विचार अच्छे हैं, जिसका सोचना सही है, जिसका व्यवहार सही है, तो बड़ा इंसान है। और मैं कह रहा हूं कि आपकी कोई वैल्यू करे ना करे, आप है ना कभी भी कुछ भी बुरा मत मानना उसका, वो आपके ऊपर है। सोना चाहे कहीं भी गिरा दो भैया, उसकी कीमत थोड़ी कम होगी, सोना तो सोना ही रहेगा जहां भी है। अब मान लो कोई बेचारा सब्जी बेचने वाला, उसके 10 रुपए लगाएगा, दूसरा उसके ज्यादा ही लगाएगा। तो आपकी लाइफ भी वही है। जो देश का भविष्य है ना, ये बच्चे हैं। मैं यही कह रहा हूं कि इनको ना भले ही पढ़ाई कम हो या ज्यादा हो, इनको वैल्यूज दो। वैल्यूज दिए ना। अब मैं एक छोटा सा इंसिडेंट बता रहा हूं, थोड़ा लेट हो रहा हूं। मैं जिस टावर में रहता हूं उसमें बड़े पूंजीपति रहते हैं। एक लेडी थी, वो कोविड आया, उनका हस्बैंड पहले डेथ हो गई थी। तो लेडी की क्या हुआ कि लेडी को कोविड हो गया और उसकी एज थी 75। ना कोई कुछ करे। मैं डोमेस्टिक हेल्प से बोला कि भैया इनको खाना मैं दे के आता हूँ, आप सब रहने दो। मैंने उसके बेटे, एक बेटा रहता है स्विट्जरलैंड में, दूसरा बेटा रहता है अमेरिका में। और लेडी बड़ी कहती थी कि मेरा बेटा ना करोड़ा पैकेज ले रहा है। मैंने कहा बड़ी अच्छी बात है। तो जब उसका अंतिम समय, तो मैंने उसको फोन किया कि आपके काम करो, आपके बच्चों का नंबर दे दो मुझे, क्योंकि मुझे लगा कि वे मुश्किल से जिंदा कम रहेंगे, इसलिए शेयर कर रहा हूं ये बात। तो उसके बेटे को फोन किया ना, स्विट्जरलैंड वाले को, उसने बोला कि आप छोटे वाले को फोन करो, मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है। फिर मैंने छोटे वाले को फोन किया अमेरिका, तो पता क्या बोला कि आई हैव 30 डेज प्रायर कमिटमेंट, आप बड़े वाले को फोन करो। अब बताओ ना भैया, हम क्या कर रहे हैं? हम इन बच्चों को पढ़ा लिखा रहे हैं, भेज रहे हैं। मैं कह रहा हूं आपका बेटा आपके साथ बैठे खाना खा रहा, अगर 5,000 रुपये कमा रहा ना, मैं कह रहा हूं करोड़ों के पैकेज से लाख गुना ज्यादा है। कि हम बोलते हैं कि भैया बाहर चला गया, स्विट्जरलैंड हो गया, ये गाड़ी ले ली। तो इसलिए उनको संस्कार दो, वैल्यूज दो। और ये जिंदगी ना बहुत छोटी है, इसको ना कुछ क्रिएट करके जाओ ना। देखो सास तो अपना पेट तो चिड़िया, कौवा, चींटी सब भरते हैं। अगर हमने भी वही किया तो फिर हमारे में और पशुओं में क्या फर्क है? बल्कि पशु तो हमारे समझदार हैं। कोई घास डालो, पशु तो खाएगा, चला जाएगा। इंसान के सामने कुछ डाल दो, खाएगा, गट्ठड़ बांध देगा, फिर डॉक्टर के उधर जाएगा, फिर वहां दे के आएगा। समझे ना? तो अपनी जिंदगी का ना पर्पज समझो, उद्देश्य समझो। तो मैं कह रहा हूं कि उसके बाद हम सारे एथिक्स भी फॉलो करेंगे, हर चीज फॉलो करेंगे। बस इंसान को अपने आप को पहचानने की जरूरत है। तो बस पहचानो। और एक मैं आप सबको एक अच्छी टिप्स देके जा रहा हूं हेल्थ की, जो मैंने बाहर भी दिया था कि भैया खाना भूख से कम, पानी डबल, वर्कआउट ट्रिपल और हंसना 4 गुना। तो भैया हो गया फिट, कुछ करने की जरूरत है ही नहीं। जब भी टाइम आए गहरी सांस लो, हंसो, मुस्कुराओ और हमेशा खुश रहो। देखो मेरे में कोई टैलेंट नहीं है, मैं हमेशा बोलता हूं सिर्फ एक टैलेंट है, मैं कभी हार नहीं मानता। नेवर गिव अप इन योर लाइफ। और दूसरी बात जो बाहर वाले हैं शायद ये समझेंगे, जिंदगी में बहाने मत दो भैया। सक्सेस एंड एक्सक्यूज डोंट वर्क टुगेदर। इफ यू एक्सक्यूज देन फॉरगेट अबाउट सक्सेस, एंड इफ यू वांट टू सक्सेस देन डोंट गिव एक्सक्यूज। तो जिंदगी में जब जागो तब सवेरा, हिम्मत करते रहो, आगे बढ़ते रहो, ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं। नमस्ते, जय हिंद।
Sangramji, that was an incredibly power-packed talk. And for our dear friends who do not understand Hindi, I'm just going to, I wouldn't be able to translate all of it, but I'm just going to give a very short summary. So, well, the first thing he says is that a nation is built with its sports people and with its army. And success in life comes through discipline, through hard work, through persistence, and never giving up. He has also spoken about his own personal experience and his challenges with not having the ability to walk for the first 8 years of his life, and how his mother motivated him. How naturopathy, Ayurveda, yoga, and pranayam have helped him in this incredible journey to become a world-renowned wrestler, and a lot of other things which are too much for me to translate, but incredibly inspirational, powerful, and from the heart. So thank you so much for joining us, Sangramji. I would now like to invite Chairman of SSRVM Trust, Commodore H.G. Harsha, to kindly felicitate Sangram Singh ji. You also. And I will also like to invite Swami Jyotirmaya ji of the Art of Living to kindly felicitate our dear friend, Mr. Peter Marty. I will also invite Darshak Hathi ji to felicitate Mr. Tom Farry and Mr. Sandeep Naulakha to felicitate Shri Jeshi, the goalkeeper of the Indian national hockey team. Swamiji, yes. So shall we continue with the next two speakers? I'm also going to request the audience to think of some questions that you'd like to ask our esteemed keynote speakers. At the end of it, we could take a couple of questions. Is that good? Yeah? Okay, great. So our next speaker is Mr. Tom Farry, the Executive Director and founder of the Sports and Society Program, Aspen Institute. Tom Farry has put together a program to provide thought leadership on topics including the future of athlete advocacy and the role of sports in addressing climate change. Tom Farry, in the words of New York Times, is a leader dedicated to improving the world through sports. So over to you, Mr. Farry.
Thank you so much. It really is such a great pleasure to be here. Guru Dev and Christoph and really everyone who organized this conference. I've spoken at a lot of meetings over my years. I moderated a panel at the White House last month. This is my favorite already because I get to give it in bare feet. I moved to California 5 years ago. Okay. I moved to California 5 years ago because it has the best weather and I can work barefoot. And now we get to give a talk barefoot. This is too good to be true. Anyway, thank you. You know, I was really interested in coming here to share what we have learned in the United States about building healthier children and communities through sports. But I also came here to learn because India is such a different place than the United States. The choice of sports, you know, field hockey is not much of a sport for men in the U.S. Cricket is not much of a sport. But basketball, football, baseball, we do very well in the Olympics. We are known as a sport superpower. What I do in my program, and the Aspen Institute is a not-for-profit educational and policy studies group based out of Washington, D.C. It's sort of a think tank. It's really more of a convener to bring all the right people around to attack very complex problems in our society. The problem that I'm attacking is how to build, again, healthy children and communities through sports. So we have done a lot of examination of our sports system, the strengths and the weaknesses of it. And so I was very much struck by the conversations this morning, by the minister and then by Guru Dev. And I think Guru Dev asked the right question. Should sport be taken seriously? And the answer to that is maybe, because sport is not necessarily automatically a positive institution or a negative institution. It is a neutral institution. It is all about how it is used in your society to build a better society. It can build people up, or it can break people down. It can bring communities together, or it can tear them apart, depending on the leadership that is put in place and the system that underpins your system. So as you go forward, what I would encourage you to do is think about a couple things here. First of all, the data, the research showing the benefits that flow to young people who play sports and who are physically active. We know that children who are physically active are 1/10 as likely to be obese. They're more likely to stay in school. They're more likely to go to college. They're more likely to get good jobs coming out of college. They're less likely to suffer a range of chronic diseases, including 13 types of cancer. 13 types of cancer. They're more likely to be active parents. And because they're active parents, then they're more likely to have active kids. Why? Because kids see that's how you live a good life. So there's this incredibly virtuous cycle that can be unleashed if we can get kids off the couch without running them into the ground. And this is a problem that we're dealing with in the United States, which has a very advanced sports system. We have a lot of kids, about half of the kids in the country have a sport experience, and half do not. The half that do are often suffering overuse injuries, a lot of pressure, burnout, concussions, and so forth. So the thing is, and this is the challenge that I am dealing with here as we go forward. And one of the things I've been so impressed about here as I've been at this incredible institution for the past couple days is just learning about yoga and what it is, and meditation and the value of that. And what's really interesting is while you may look at the United States as a sports superpower that has all these Olympic medals or otherwise, what we need in the United States is more of what India has, which is more of a mind, body, spirit kind of connection. An orientation that is less about beating your opponent and competing with someone else than competing with yourself, being the best version of yourself that you could possibly be. And you know what? And you know what the young people of the United States tell us about what they want? Do you think they're asking for more soccer or more baseball or more football? No. We did a survey last year, and we asked high school students, meaning kids ages 14 through 18, athletes and non-athletes, what they want to play, what they want to do that they're not currently doing. And here's what they said. 33% of high school students said they want more yoga. 33%. That was the highest activity. 32% wanted more dancing. 29% want more strength training. Skateboarding, 24%. Biking, 23%. Archery, 13%. The only team sport that came up on the list that even got close was lacrosse at 7%. So this is what the young people want. They want to compete with themselves. They want to be the best version of themselves. So that would be my advice as you go forward, as you pursue Olympic medals, as you allocate funding, as you develop policies. The key is to put the child at the center of the experience. The most important athlete in your sports system, in any sports system, I would argue, is not the Olympian, not the incredibly accomplished athletes. It is the child. It is that 6-year-old, that 8-year-old, that 10-year-old who can benefit emotionally, socially, physically, mentally, or otherwise from being active and from playing with friends and solving problems through physical play with friends, through playing with kids that maybe they didn't really know previously, or maybe you're from a different religion, or have a different background, or from a wealthier family, or a poorer family. Sport is an incredible institution for people to get to know each other, and get to know each other in real ways. And therefore, it could be a real asset in building communities. But the key is not putting all of your money at the top level. Your key is investing in schools. I think it's so great that the schools here have included sports as well as yoga and meditation. Really investing in grassroots in every child. Policies that promote parks. That is one good thing we did in the United States. About 120 years ago, there was something called the playground movement. We had cramped cities, choked with kids roaming the streets, and a coalition of leaders came together and said, you know what? We're going to build thousands of parks in Boston, New York, Chicago, other places. Give kids a place to go, green places that are a reprieve from these very challenging urban environments. That is what created the base for sports in this country. It was not investing in, initially in the pro teams. It was about school sports and parks and the stuff that just builds healthy kids and communities. So you're at a really important point in your time here, and I hope, look, some of this is useful, and please know, this is not just Tom Ferry talking. I'm going to share one last anecdote before I turn it back over. Kobe Bryant was our ambassador for many years. As a lot of you know, he's a famous basketball player. He died a couple of years ago. I asked him, I said, okay, what would be your advice for kids who play basketball, other sports they should play? And so he gave me two things. One was soccer, because it develops foot skills. The other was meditation. Kobe Bryant said every kid should meditate because he understood the value of being able to focus and how that can help young people. So anyway, I hope that's a little inspirational to you, and I'm happy to talk with you afterward or answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ferry, for a wonderful, wonderful, and very insightful talk. The important thing here for us to understand is that the mind is as important as the body, and that the most important person or the most important component in this entire sports ecosystem is the youngest child who begins his journey in sports. So thank you so very much for that. Now I come to our next speaker, the last speaker on this wonderful session with the keynote speakers, Mr. P.R. Shrijesh. He is the goalkeeper of the Indian national hockey team. He is the winner of the Khel Ratna, India's highest sporting honor, a superstar known as the Great Wall of India. So please give him a big hand.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'm a bit nervous, seriously. Sangram Bhai took all the credit and he went, and now I'm all alone left here. I don't know what to speak because I'm not a really good speaker, first of all. Second thing is that I know half of you might have not seen hockey, but I'm a goalkeeper. So my job is to stand in the corner and yell at the players, hey, do this, do that, do this, do that, and that's what I do. I don't do anything else. and sometimes the ball comes into the goal post and I save. Okay, lucky ones. The other ones I concede goals. So definitely we Indians are good to blame others. So I do that. Okay, अरे यार क्या कर रहे यार तुम? I mean, just तो ऐसे किया होता तो goal नहीं होता है. But anyways, that is secondary. So that is what I do. So my face is not visible much of the time because I'm behind a mask. So probably you people recognize me with my helmet. And the wonderful part is that I don't have a topic, seriously. The thing is that here it says that ethic and leadership. Definitely, Samgram Bhai already said, without ethics, you cannot become a elite sports person because you have to be disciplined, you have to be, you have to follow all the ethics so that you can perform better on the field in a better ways. But there is a topic which is really important for me, that is leadership. Because how the way we lead the team, not in the good time. Anybody can lead a good team, right? But in the wrong time or in a down peak moment. So I will give in one example, small example that is from our Olympic run. So we were playing in the semi-finals against Belgium. So we were really hopeful that, okay, we could make into the finals and create history. But definitely they had the upper hand. They played really good game. They won. And the last 5 minutes, so I came off. That's a new rule. So I was walking through the sideline and I was watching my team members how they're playing. And everyone was like, just give up. They're like, 5 minutes, khatam, we lost. And that thing continued. We lost the match. Everyone came into the dressing room, and dressing room is like exactly like this, quiet. Nobody's talking. There is no fun moment. Nobody's talking anything because you people might even know that we train 365 days. Even if you are going home, we train. When I take the plate to eat food, I think about my career. What can I eat? And what should I avoid? How much I can eat? Which all things are good for me? Which all things are bad for me? Even in the morning, if I want to sleep for half an hour extra, I think about my fitness. Because when you are sleeping, when you are doing this whole nonsense, someone in the other part of the world is working hard to beat you. So these all things are keeping me or us on toes. And definitely after that match, we had a team meeting. So most of our team members are like average age group of 23 or 24, doesn't have much experience in playing in the international level or in the high international matches like Olympics. So we had a match and I showed them a video. That is exactly Malayalam video. So after a flood, we had a very bad flood in Kerala, and one lady, she's more than 65 or 70, she's sitting next to a road and she's weeping. She's saying, I lost everything. I lost everything. I lost my family. I lost my last penny. But God gave me life. I am alive. I will work hard. I will work hard and I will bring all those glory days back. I will get everything. What I lost, I will get it back. And I said to all my team members only one thing. See, this lady, she doesn't have to prove to anybody. She have that courage to say that I will not give up. I will fight back. I said, guys, we got one more match. We have something in our hand. That is a bronze medal. If you want to cry today, thinking about missing the silver medal or the gold medal, you are going to miss the bronze medal. So now is the time to forget about the loss, think about what can we do next. And everyone, I should say it proudly, my players, they've done a marvelous job. On the day of that bronze medal match, everyone played their best game. We were not gods. Like 2 days back, we lost a semi-finals, and everyone started to, criticize the part of sport, started to talk about, okay, why they are doing like that. They can't handle the pressure. And then, the 2 days later, we are on the podium with a bronze medal. And that is the way the leaders work, and that is the way the kids shows their leadership quality on the field under pressure. You might even not know that the game, when what we are saying from outside is totally different when you are playing that game on the field, because you have pressure. The media, definitely they are 24/7 watching you. The hockey lovers, they are waiting for you to, to see their team to win. And the association, the selectors, and moreover like the families. So we want to please everyone, but that is a pressure to us. Under pressure, you need to perform on a big platform like Olympics. That is like something I call it like, yeah, that is the sportsman spirit. No, that's a champion's mentality. So until and unless if the kids are here, if you don't have a champion's mentality to take up any challenge and do your best, then you can achieve anything in your life, and you can be rule the world. So that was my experience when I sat on the goalpost, and I was thinking about this. Last 22 years I'm playing hockey. So when I look back, every day, all the hard works I made, that came to a happy end. And I was so happy to achieve that. But still, I got some motivation left, because I can change the color of the medal which I have, and I'm working for that. And still, I need your prayers for that. And thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. Shruti and Srikanth Bhai, definitely they are the two who introduced me to here. And there is one more, selfishness, a selfish mentality of mine is behind that, because I wanted to meet the Guru. I never had that opportunity. So I took this opportunity. You don't believe today morning I had a selection trials, and this afternoon was free, and tomorrow morning again I need to go and participate in the selection trials. But I thought, I don't want to miss this opportunity, because if I do that, I will be the fullest person in the world. So I never wanted to do that. So I got that opportunity again. I'm looking forward to meet the Guru once again. And thank you very much. Beautiful sauce. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shrijesh ji, for that extremely heartfelt talk. And we are all rooting for the color of that medal to change, right? From bronze to gold. Yes. So, well, I'd like to now leave the floor open to any of you in the audience. If you have a question or two for our eminent speakers. Anyone? Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the kind of preparations that go on when you are, when you play a medal that is when you play a match as important as the gold medal match or a medal match, basically in a setup like the Olympics. I just wanted to know what kind of preparation you do as an individual, as a team. It would be insightful if you could share that. Yeah. So I just wanted to know what kind of preparation happens behind the scenes when you play an important match like a medal match at the Olympics. As an individual or as a team, what is the kind of preparation you do mentally, of course? Physically, we all know the kind of effort that you put in. Mentally is something that we would like to know. I would like to know.
So for us, there are two kind of preparation. One is team, one is individual. Definitely we do watch the opposition team, what they do and how they like to attack, what is their positive side and what is their negative side. And the second one is about us, what we done better, what we are doing better. And the next one is like how the previous match, how the opponent team hit us, or they try to beat us. So that was the part from the technical side. And the individual side, it's all about individual got their own style of preparation. Someone like to listen to music. Someone likes to go for a walk. I mean, someone like me, I love to read a lot. I mean, and the best part is like visualization. So you lie down, we visualize, okay, what we can do and how we are going to play the match. And even if something happen, how can you bounce back and what you are going to do to overcome that. So that is how we do, and definitely you know that it's a do or die situation. So everyone know that okay, they might not get an opportunity to play that match again. So they just want to play their best game.
So a round of applause for the incredible speakers that we have had today. The keynotes have truly touched our hearts and minds. In India, life itself is called Leela, or a game. And Gurudev said today, should games and sports be played seriously or lightly? So I leave you with this question, and I also leave you with this image on your screens. Please have a look at it. And thank you so much for this beautiful afternoon. Yeah. You can give a big round of applause to that little kid holding number 3 up. You can see that there. Yeah.
Jaina, thank you so much for wonderful moderation. Thanks a lot to the keynote speakers. Let's give them a big round of applause. Now, Tom has been alluding to that many or students would like to learn the yoga, the meditation. The next session is called Pause to Run. And isn't it so, when we want to throw an arrow, we first have to pull it back. The depth of our rest determines how focused we can go into action. So let's meditate together. And we wanted to bring a true global meditation expert into the hall. And we have with us now Swami Jyotirmaya. Let's give him a big round of applause. Swamiji. And he will take us through a meditation.
So we'll do a very short meditation. Can all sit very, very comfortably. And gently close our eyes. We'll meditate around 5 minutes. Breathe out and relax. Relax your body and relax your mind. Next 2-3 minutes, doing nothing. And take a long, deep breath in, the very first act we all did it in our life. And with a gentle smile, breathe out the last act we do in our life. Keep your body still, immobile for a little while. Relax your shoulders. Relax your arms, right arm, left arm, long deep inhalation and let go. Once your body relaxes, your mind expands. More awareness, more alertness. Relax all the muscles in your body. Relax your legs. Stomach muscles, chest. Take another long deep breath in and breathe out. You are grateful for this breath. Without breath, no life. Everything ends. Breathe in and breathe out. Next 2 minutes, doing nothing. Thoughts might come. Let them come and go. Listen to the inner silence, the mother of all creativity. Just be. You are peace. Om Agashat Padidam Toyam Yada Gacchati Sagaram Savadeva Namaskara Keshavam Prati Gacchati Om Shanti. Shanti. become aware of your surroundings. Become aware of your body. Take another breath in. And with a smile, breathe out. And take your own time. Gently, you may open your eyes.
Thank you so much, Swamiji. Truly magical. We can see the next slide, Shalini. The next one. And the next. Yeah, the next slide you can show. So, we will now invite you to go into deep dive sessions. These were the keynote sessions, and to have dialogue over a topic that is important to us is something so powerful. And it's great that we have 3 parallel sessions. It would be difficult actually to choose from. We have session 1 called Learning from the Best. And that's the story on how Norway became the best sports nation in the world when it comes to winter sports. In the long history of winter sports, Norway has won 405 medals. It's a world record. And Inge Andersen will be in a dialogue with you if you would like to attend to discuss about this topic. Deep Dive 2, and that is in the Mahavir Hall. That is actually why we heard sometimes check, check, check. They were checking the mics that is just above us. If you want to do a little bit more sports, you are going to be rewarded on the 2nd floor in the so-called Buddha Hall with a discussion on how to stop doping and corruption in sports. Tom Farry is going to engage in the dialogue. We're going to have Alexander Koch on video with us from the FIFA. And we're going to have Mr. Brick Zuri, and the moderation will be held by Mr. Milind Pendarkar. That's it here in the 2nd floor. And in the Shankara Hall, that will be just around the corner down here in the same building. It is on prioritizing mental health in sports. We're going to have Miss Anya Hammersing, which got awarded this morning with the Mental Health Award, engaging with Pascaline Galacci from Basel. And it's going to be moderated by Shruti Dhawan. So this is the choice. We can directly now proceed. Shalini, if I may request, if you want to go to Deep Dive 3, Shalini will be walking with you, and it has been raining. So please take care. Walk careful here on the marble. We can easily slip. Shalini here is in the back. She's holding it up. She will be walking with you to Deep Dive number 3. If you want to go to Deep Dive 1 and 2, walk up the stairs here. And we're starting in the respective Deep Dives in 5 minutes. See you soon.